my darlings. Good morning, my lovelies. Welcome. We are ready to start ironing. Yes, we are. Let's get the first item. And the anti-fatigue mat. Let's face it, our feet matter. That one there. Here we go. Good morning, my darlings. I hope you all slept well and are having the best morning possible. It's absolutely boiling here, a bazillion degrees again. Monday morning. What interesting books have you started this weekend? Started David Ann's Folly. Last night, I started David Ann's Folly about killer rabbits. And I can honestly say it's definitely Thugs Bunny. I have a little song for you. We're killer rabbits, we come from outer space. We're going to eat you all and destroy the human race. Indeed we are. Now, I have a few ground rules that we need to go through. The first ground rule being respect. I will respect you, you respect me. No lewd, rude comments. No getting me to say things because I'm not going to. And if you're going to be nasty, maybe this channel's not the one for you. Okay? Because we don't tolerate that here. We don't do anything political and we don't do anything religious. Okay? We're just here to all get along and have a good time. All right? And I'm here to do the ironing as well. And if you like watching people iron and chat, maybe this is the place for you. Because I will be here all day doing nothing but ironing and talking. Anyway, telling you about this wonderful new book I've got called The Folly by David Ann. And we've just had our first major with a character. And it's in a remote, tied cottage to the manor. And it was on his own, late at night, coming back from the pub. So I have a feeling he'll be very much munched and crunched, and nobody's going to really know what's happening within the village for a little while, because they're not going to find him for some time. And then when the plot really starts getting going, I should imagine that's when they're going to find what's left of him. And the way they were tucking him last night, you'd think they'd never, ever seen food before. But this was the very first time they'd ever eaten a human. So I'm guessing these rabbits are just slowly acclimatizing themselves. I think it must be every zoologist's nightmare. Because let's face it, The English countryside is strewn with rabbits. I am absolutely loving the rabbit story so far. It's I can see why they call it the Night of the Peter Rabbit or Slaughter Ship Down. Very appropriate titles. You won't be going, "What's up, Doc?" You'll be running a mile if you see these rabbits. I'm absolutely loving it. It's very much in the vein of James Herbert's The Rats. And I love something that's like that. I love killer animal horror. I absolutely love it. And hopefully, if anyone, you just tell me if you can hear me, and is the screen behaving itself today? Because we are still up and down with the internet. And I'm hoping that today is going to be the day that the ET repairman comes back and fixes everything for good. That would be really awesome. We're getting there, aren't we, my darlings? We're off with the ironing. We've also got the washing going next door. The backing up's done, the bed is made, showering is done, Monty is taken care of. And everything is going tickety-boo. I love it when a morning starts. Fresh, crisp. After you've had a good night's sleep, you've been up since 5:30. I don't think that's a bad time to get up in the morning. She sees the day. I bet most people get up around about 5:30 so they can get a cup of coffee and get some breakfast and sort out the day and get ready and go to work. Because that's what we do, right? I work 4 days a week doing my business, which I think is great. Sometimes I have to do 5. Sometimes I have to do 7. It just depends on the workload. So yeah, anyway, talking about the folly. We've just had one of our major character. We've only literally just been introduced to him. He was only in for one chapter, but you really got a feel for the story. Like I say, it's very much in the vein of James Herbert The Rats. And where these killer bunny rabbits have come from, I have no idea. But I'm beginning to think these are no ordinary rabbits. I reckon they'll be a lot bigger. And the only thing I could think of, and it's a film I have yet to see, it's called Night of the Lepus. And or Night of the Lepus. lepus. Anyway, that I think came out in 1979, somewhere around there. Or maybe it was 1980. And it's a film all about giant killer rabbits. Running around the countryside in America, not the United Kingdom, but in America, and eating the local populace. They get carrots. No, they want to eat the humans. I mean, as far as horror goes, what's not to like about that? I mean, that's just absolute classic horror. I can see why they said on the reviews that Hammer Horror, this would make an absolutely fantastic blockbuster of a movie. But the Americans got there first. I think Warner Brothers did it all those years ago. Whether or not it's any good, I don't know. If you've seen it, do tell me, and whether or not it's worth my time. Always a good finish on a shirt is after you've done the sleeves, just go back and repress the sides. You get such a good even finish. There we are. So anyway, I'll be getting on to chapter 2 tonight. Oh, and I also read the prologue out for you last night. If you fancied going to my live stream that I did last night, I read you the prologue to the story. And so hopefully it'll give you an idea of what it is that I'm reading, which is it's just a ton of fun. It truly is. I have finished Barnaby Walters' Scuttle as well. And at some point I will sit down and do a review of that as well. Which will be a lot of fun. I love doing a book review. What was your favourite horror movie as a child? Mine, I have to say, I'm a bit partial to Steven Spielberg's Jaws. When that music from John Williams starts up, oh my goodness me, it sends shivers down my spine. I mean, again, what more could you want? An adventure with a killer fish. A giant killer fish. A ginormous great white shark called Bruce. And I've got to say, the film is way better than the book. And don't get me wrong, Peter Benchley, it's an absolute classic. It truly is. But, and I say this in the best way, the characters within the book are so unlikable that you're actually praying that the shark's going to eat them all, right? The guy who's the mayor of the town, is in bed with the mafia and he owes them an awful lot of money. And that's the reason why he doesn't want to shut the beach down during the summer, because he needs as many tourists as possible to spend all their spandoolies with him. Ouch. Oh, God, a splinter. Mm. Ow. Got it. And it seems Chief Brody was fired from his job in New York. And the only job he could get is the local sheriff in the New England coastal town of Amity. And his wife isn't very nice. Chief Brody's wife isn't very nice. Because she's having an affair with the shark sort of scientist played by Richard Dreyfuss. Okay? So like I say, all the characters are extremely unlikable. And you're just thinking, if the shark just ate them all, it'd be doing us all a flipping favour. I'm just saying. But actually, forget the book, just watching the film Jaws. Fantastic. Absolute pure joy. And as a kid, how old would I have been when I first saw? I must have been about 6. Yeah, about 6 years old, and I'm sat there watching this movie about a killer shark. And I was like, if I could have said it at the time, take my money, take my pocket money. I want to go see more about sharks. I love sharks. And I just think, right from the beginning of the film, that young girl goes out swimming in the water. Right up to the end, where Quinn is basically chomped in half. You know, when Bruce like launches himself into the back of the boat and smashes off the back end of the orca, the orca, and just chomps Quinn in half. And Brody's thinking, oh, flipping heck, I'm next. And, you know, the Richard Dreyfuss character, his name escapes me at the moment. No, it's gone. Can't remember. It's a problem with my age group. Memory for names is going through. Anyway, Brody really thinks that Richard Dreyfuss is dead. He knows Quinn's dead. And he's like, the shark's eyeballing him. And, you know, Brody's eyeballing the shark and they're like looking at each other. And the shark's chomp. And he's got a gas bottle, you know, stuck in it, in his jaw. And the ship's starting like sinking and the shark's sinking in like eyeball to eyeball. And Brody's still got his rifle and he's looking down the sight of the, you know, on the rifle sight, and he's focusing on the shark and it's like, and I think it just tells him to, you know, like go forth and multiply, basically, at the end. And he fires the gun and it hits the gas ball and there's an almighty kaboom. And then the shark's in like fish pieces going blah, 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 blah. And oh, there's just the absolute tension. The music's perfect. The acting's perfect. Why that shark did not win an Oscar, I have no idea. But he deserved it. He acted his spin off for that. Amazing. And then, of course, boom, and the shark explodes. And then Brody's thinking, I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere. The ship's gone down. I've no radio. Nobody knows where I am. And I'm going to have to try and survive and swim back to shore. And then all of a sudden, Richard Dreyfuss pops up. Now, actually, in the book, spoiler alert, in the book, Richard Dreyfuss' character doesn't survive, I think, if I remember rightly. Because he goes down in a shark cage to, like, take a look at the shark and try to study the shark before they blow it up. And the shark just goes, ooh, tuna fish in a tin, and goes, ha, no, 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 no. And then eats, basically smashes the shark cage open. And Richard Dreyfuss' character, for the life of me, I cannot remember the character in the book's name. And he gets eaten. They pull the shark cage back up like they do in the film. But in the book, the shark scientist is dead. But in the film, he lives. So there you go. And I just cannot remember his name. It's gone. Oh no, the Dark Lord Arana has returned. Good luck, Perry. Also, he was not meant to live in the film either. No, you're right, he wasn't meant to live in the film. But for some reason, he did. Life in me, Alan. I can't remember the name of the scientist dude. I can't. It's gonna have to Google it. But honestly, the film, in my opinion, because it's normally the book is better than the film, but for me, the film was better than the book. I think I could see where Peter Benchley was going with the book, and all the shark wanted to do was swim and eat and have baby sharks, right? That's his sole purpose. Being on the planet is swimming, eating, and baby sharks. And he happened upon the town of Amity, and everybody went swimming, and he thought, ring the dinner bell. And off he swam his little tail, and nom 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 nom, and ate loads of people. They filmed a small guy in a cage with a real shark outside, but they caught a great shot of the shark getting into the cage. They did. But then when the shot was taken, the guy was not in the cage, so they changed it. So they changed the story to make it that he escaped the cage and lived. Yeah, he did. You see, and in the film, Richard Dreyfuss is lovely in the film, but in the book, he's a right a-hole, and he's sleeping with Chief Brody's wife, because these two in the past had got on really, really well, and they were, I think they were going to get married. And in the book, the thing is that Chief Brody's wife came from really good old American money, as did Scientist Guy. which is how they got to know each other through Country Club. And they sort of like rekindled their relationship when he came to Amity because he'd heard about the shark attacks. And he realised that she was living there, and so they just like sort of picked up where they left off. And I can, in a sense, I can understand why she would have an affair, because her husband, Chief Broad, is a lush. And, you know, even when he's been Chief Brody, the sheriff of Amity, and let's face it, that this job that he's got is last chance saloon, right? If he can't stay off the sauce, he is, you know, that's it. He's going to have to take early retirement from the police force. So all I can say is, rather than join Alcoholics Anonymous, he decided to join Destroy Sharks Anonymous. And what a way to sober up than be eyeball to eyeball with your ginormous 40-foot killer shark. And it's like, mano a mano, amigo amigo, you know, it's this sea isn't big enough for the both of us. One of us is going to have to go. And I'm sorry, Bruce, it's going to have to be you. And Bruce the shark's thinking, oh yeah, puny human. I'll nibble you up just as soon as I can get this gas canister out my jaw. And unbeknownst to poor Bruce, but knowns to everyone else, Chief Brody is sober enough to be able to take that one shot in a million, and kaboom, it hits the gas bottle. In fact, it's not a gas bottle, it's I remember rightly, he's chewing on an oxygen tank, a diving tank. I think that's what he was chewing on. And it just so happens, because it's compressed air and you're hitting it with a bullet at some velocity, it is going to explode. And our Bruce goes off to heaven in little pieces. And at that point, Chief Brody's thinking, I really need a drink. Which is why he's got the job in Amityville in the first place, because he couldn't keep off the stuff. And we are left at the end of the novel with him swimming into oblivion, I guess. This Hooper, yeah, that's it. Thank you so much, Alan. Hooper, that's it, Hooper. Yeah, and Hooper the Trooper. That's what we nicknamed him. I was trying to remember his nickname that I'd given him. Me and my father and I, because it was my dad that introduced me to Jaws. And I called him Hooper the Trooper because he didn't get eaten. And it was only many, many years later that I had my dad's copy of Jaws. And I was reading and I was thinking, this is so different to the film. I was in like late teens when I read the book, and I was thinking, my goodness. And to be fair, I still prefer the film. I really do. It's iconic. You go 1970s horror, right? Think of your top 10 horror movies from the 1970s, all the way through. So you got like 10 years. And you would pick Jaws. And the next one I would probably put up in that list would be The Exorcist. Now, wouldn't it be great? Somebody out there somewhere in internet world, if you could do a mashup between Jaws and The Exorcist, Just take my money. I'd pay good money to see that. And we could say the power of sharks compels you. And then when Reagan's head starts spinning around, she could have a set of teeth, a set of gnashes like Joe's. You know, there we go. I've just given you a really good plot line for the greatest mashup of horror movies ever. The filming of Jaws was a nightmare as the shark never worked. So they had to film a lot more land scenes to fill in for the parts that were meant to have the shark. Yeah, I know, my darling. I'll just go get the door. It's all right, Angel. I've done it. Bye. Yeah. Oh, thank you very much. Bye. I'm just gonna have a look. It could be for you, it could be for me, but I have a feeling it's mine because it's a book. Oh, it is. My husband's been shopping. There we go. Good. Yeah, the Bachman books. This, my darling. Oh, wow. We're going to have some fun with this one. It is The Long Walk. Yeah. Oh, my goodness me. Oh, wow. Yeah. Here we go. That's from my husband. I think he wants me to take that on when we go away. Hello, will you just come in? Anyway, what were you saying, my darling? It was a nightmare. There was so much. The shark kept breaking down. It did. Like you, my little land shark. Yeah? Are you going to stay there? You're going to watch? Are you watching Mama Iron? Yeah, exactly. But I absolutely love Jaws. And Jaws 2 wasn't too shabby either. Just making sure. I'm not. No, you've had breakfast. You've had yum yums. I know you're hungry, but you need to like regulate when you eat. You cannot eat morning, noon, and night, right? That's how it is, mate. Wasn't expecting the doorbell to go ding dong, but there we are. It was not bad for Richard Dreyfuss. He said he slept with half the women on location. Did he now? Well, he was a busy boy, wasn't he? That is a fact I would not have known at 6 years old. All I was interested in, I was really upset when the shark died at the end. You know, one of those moments that's going to live in your head rent free for the rest of your life is when Quint gets bitten in half by the giant shark and it launches itself out of the water and like crushes the back end of the boat or crushes the back end of the orca. And like you can see the look of terror in Quint's eyes as he's sliding down and he's desperately trying to get purchase for his legs, but he's wearing those slippery sole deck shoes, and you just know, you just there. It's that one. If there's an iconic scene, that would be it. Watching Quint get chomped in half, and he's going, "Wah!" Which of course, you know, anybody chewing you in half, he will be going and screaming in. But it's just iconic. You know, it's one of those 100 films that you should see before you drop off. Before you leave this earth. One of the most iconic films you have to see. And it's up there in the top 100. Right? You know, even Watership Down is on that list. You know, like proper iconic films that you have to see. The Exorcist is on there, you know, and let me think, what else? Reservoir Dogs by Quentin Tarantino, that's on my list because, again, just iconic. What was that, Alan? Only found out as I got a DVD called The Shark, It's Not Working, which went in the making of the film. Oh, well, I suppose there'd be loads of like memorabilia because I mean, hasn't it just turned 50 years old? You know, which is and yet, 50 years on, and we're still talking about it. Do you think they would have made it given today's climate for movies? Do you think they would have made Jaws? I don't think they would. I really don't. I just think the writers would take one look at it and they'd be like, nah, it's too risky, can't make it, it's not going to make any money. So I'm kind of glad that Steven Spielberg was born when he was, because otherwise we'd have never got Jaws. We just wouldn't have. Think of all the Spielberg films that have been made over the years, like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, E.T. We'd have never got Jurassic Park. And don't get me going about dinosaurs. I flipping love dinosaurs. And even though the film is nothing like the book, if you've ever read Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park, where we all start off, as we all know, on Ilsa Nebula, and the dinosaurs, in the book, it starts off with a young baby in a crib, and the maid can hear, I think it's the maid can hear funny chirping sounds. And so she goes in to check on the baby. And she screams, she's absolutely horrified. And the poor baby's dead. And the thing that she can hear chirping and chirping are those really tiny little, like, lizard-sized dinosaurs, and they're crawling all over the baby. And the baby's being like, oh, you're munched up. And that's when they know that they've got a problem, because the dinosaurs haven't stayed on Ilsa Nebula like they were supposed to do. Dr. Richard Hammond and his team, who seem to think that all the dinosaurs have stayed on the island. Well, no, they did not. And they're skipping to the men. And then we start off with do 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 do, and then dinosaurs. And the same effect is what I'm going to say with Jaws jumping out of the water going, rah, snap, 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 snap. Well, there's no difference between that and Jurassic Park with the giant T-Rex going, rah, snap, 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 snap. Yeah, absolutely. Come. No, sorry, Alan, I can't understand. The name of the diner. Oh, sorry. Yeah, yeah, sorry, sorry. Yes, the name of the diner. You see, so, with everything that sort of like Steven Spielberg's done, it's kind of like leapfrog from, very early days when he was just making movies for TV, for American television. He did a ghost story. Oh gosh, about 1970. He was fresh out of film school, and he did like a made for TV movie, and it was about a couple, a man and wife, and they had a little child, and they bought this house out in the countryside, and it happened to be that it was possessed by an evil spirit. And the poor woman that lived in the house and the children were being absolutely terrorized. And so the ghost didn't really like to stay in the house. It sort of went off for a little walk down the street, and it started terrorizing neighbours. And I just, for the life in me, I cannot remember the name of the film. But I just know that it was very early 70s when he was fresh out of film school. So he started doing that. Then he went and did, was it Duel that he did next? Where Dennis Weaver. And then after that, he got his big break doing Jaws. Or was it the other way around? I can never remember. But from that point onwards, I mean, he just got better and better. And we had Arachnophobia. We've got Raiders of the Lost Ark. To name but a few. E.T. Blimey. What else has he done? He's worked a lot with, was it Richard Donner? Yeah. Yeah. And he's worked with Richard Donner. I'm just like, my brain's just gone flipping blank at the moment. But I mean, he's really good friends, isn't he, with George Lucas? And yeah, I think he's really good friends with Richard Donner as well. I mean, all these are just total classic movies. But I just think we're really, really blessed to have lived in a time that we have done. I mean, I'm grateful I was a 70s child, and I just feel as though growing up, it was such a good time. We had such a golden time. Fantastic films, fantastic books, great TV shows. Oh, honestly, it was just what a time to be alive. Absolutely. What a time. Go. Gone to fasten. Go. Sorry, I'm just concentrating. I don't want to miss something and then make a mess of it. Always put a guard on when you're doing trousers so that you can protect the material underneath, because nobody wants to have shiny pants. So what are you doing today then, Alan? Are you out and about, or are you at home having a day off? You're working, sadly. Oh, I know, mate. Me and all. No rest for the wicked, eh? There we go. I've got to say, I don't mind ironing. I don't mind it. Gives me a chance to think out for the week and plan accordingly and work. I don't know. Oh, anyway, we're nearly done with this first bag, so yay! We'll be on to a basket next. Lucky us, eh? Who knew ironing could be so much fun? There we go. At least the internet's keeping up. We're very fortunate that the internet is still working. How long for? Who knows? Here we are. Just concentrating on this last bit because we don't want to mess this bit up. We really don't want to mess this part up. It will be a tragedy if I accidentally do the wrong thing right now. Perfect. Oh, very happy with that if I say so myself. There we go. Okay, right back down. Right. Okay, got a net next door. You're enjoying it. Ironing has driven you mad. You are now a basket case. Yes, I am. I am a basket case, my darling. I've been ironing for 14 years. I don't think I'm going to change now. Hell, I've done that a few thousand times. One movie I loved that I think Steven Spielberg did was called Batteries Not Included. And that was the little aliens that came down and like made their home in an apartment block that was about to be torn down. I think he did that. You tell me he did that. I'm not going there. He was just so cool. I think every kid wanted to be friends with Steven Spielberg because he was just like, he was the uncle, the cool uncle that everybody wanted to like say, hey, he's my uncle and he's awesome. Okie dokie. Okie doke. Up there we go. Right. Yeah, I'm an absolute basket case. Look, see, one of those days. Product placement, I hope not. It's just really, really, really warm. Poltergeist, of course. Again, an iconic film. One that, you know, you've got to see before you drop off. He was down as producer, but there was a lot of speculation that he also directed parts of it and made the film a lot less darker than originally planned. Yes, because let's face it, Tobe Hooper, famous for, come on, 30 seconds. Everybody running around Texas because we had a chainsaw massacre. Yes, that Tobe Hooper. Tobe Hooper. He's the one that absolutely tied you. It did me anyway. Crikey. First time I got to see Texas Chainsaw Massacre at the cinema, I was 21. Had to wait until I was 21 before they'd show it in the United Kingdom because from that point, from when it was made, it was banned. I mean, do you wonder why? Take a wild guess. Now, okay. I'm going to do all these handkerchiefs. Well, not content with sitting on a shelf, he decided to throw himself off. Oh, well, nothing got damaged. Oh dear. My best friend's mum watched Texas Chainsaw once, but only once, and not because she's scared of it. But the woman screaming did her head in. Yeah, I know. Oh, let's be fair. I mean, the young lass that were doing that, she thought she was just going to be doing an art house movie, right? Do you remember from the documentary? And when she turned up and Tobe Hooper said, "Oh, by the way, this is the script," I think from the point I started reading it to the minute that the film stopped rolling, I'd have just been screaming me not off and on. I mean, a lot of the stuff to get the reaction that they needed, it was a first shot, first take, the look on that girl's face. It was, how can I put it? They didn't practice the acting. They just went for it. They had zero to no budget, and they had to, I think, did they have to film it all in one weekend because that's all access they had to the property. So they did it all in one weekend, and nobody was aware of any of the jump scares. You just got like presented with it. So basically, what you see on that film is all that the actors got to see when they were making the film. And like I said, it was probably one of the hottest summers on earth because I think it was late It might have been filmed in 76. Can't quite remember, but if it was, then it was the hottest summer on record. And everybody, I think, was feeling a little bit dehydrated, a little bit ill because of the heat. And they had to act in like a weekend or something. And I can honestly say, and they used real blood. So the smell must have been absolutely horrendous. So, quite frankly, if you weren't demented at the start of filming that, you certainly were when you got to the end. And I can honestly, it was like one of those films that's like no holds barred. It's like, you know, just go for it. Oh yeah. I mean, they might as well have just been making a snuff movie for what was going on, because it was just bizarre. And Tobe Hooper, well, we know that he's got no filter at all. He, crikey, he created that space vampires. What was the one with Steve Rail's back in it, and they go and find Halley's comet, and on Halley's comet, they go inside it and they find three perfectly life force. Thank you. Yeah, three perfectly preserved human beings, but they're not. The vampires. I mean, there's a classic example of Tobe Hooper of, oh boy, we're going to make a movie. Yeah, what's it about? Oh, we're thinking about maybe having some monsters out in outer space, some aliens. I think, well, we'll make them vampires, but, we're going to sex it up a bit and we're going to make them zombie vampires. And oh, yeah, we're going to destroy London whilst we're at it. I mean, the guy must have been like, yes. And to know that they got Patrick Stewart in that film as well as Steve Rail's back. And they just must have been thinking like, yes, mate, we're going to have some fun with this film. Zombie, alien, space vampires destroys London with a plague. I'm down for that. Yeah, definitely down for that. And that is absolutely crackers from start to finish. And the other one that he did just before that, Invaders from Mars. Karen Black was in it. Louise Fletcher. I mean, imagine the look on the kid's face when they're going into the storeroom at school and they see the headmistress eating a live frog, and she looks at them as if to say, "What are you doing here?" I mean, at that point, I'd be absolutely weirded out. There's something seriously not right with the headmistress. She's just eating a frog. So yeah, Tobe Hooper. I mean, wow, genius filmmaker, but he has no filter. Do you know who Tobe Hooper reminds me of? If he was a writer, right? It would be Sean Hudson. Because Sean Hudson is like the godfather of gore, or should we say the Shakespeare of gore. And Sean's got no filter. It's wall-to-wall brutality. Some of his books, when you're reading them, the Italian giallo films. I'm thinking Lucio Fulci here. Prime classic example. Have you ever seen a film called Beyond? Again, that's absolutely caca for cuckoo pops, that one is. It's a Fruit Loop shot of a cereal packet. the protagonist, young girl, she's on her uppers. She lives in New York. Katrina McCall, that's her name. The girl, the actress. She's on her uppers. She's down to her last few dollars. She suddenly gets a letter in the post telling her that her uncle's died and he's left her some property in Louisiana. And she thinks, oh, well, I can't pay my rent. I haven't got a job. So, why not go down to Louisiana, see what property I've been left? And she finds out it's a hotel. She thinks, oh, my problems are over. Sweetie, they're just beginning, right? It seems that the last resident to the hotel, one of the last paying guests, has just managed to find a way to open the 7 gates of hell right underneath the hotel. And this is, I guess, it's a descent into madness of this young girl, as none of the scenes make sense. They're just done because they can be done. And everybody that she goes to try and find out a little bit about the property, all basically drop off in very mysterious ways. There's the iconic scene. One scene you cannot unsee it. Okay. I need water soon. Anyway, it's the one where Joe the plumber, and he's down in the basement and he's walking through on these planks of wood to try and find the source of the leak. Well, mate, I would say the gallons and gallons of water that is gurgling and rushing around your feet, the fact that you're having to walk on planks, and the fact that the wall where the water seems to be pouring through is, it's like a flipping waterfall. I'd say, yeah, I think that's a bit beyond just a bit of copper tubing. So off our Joe goes to put his eyeball up to see through the hole in the wall, and this thin claw finger just shoots out and gets him right in the eyeball. And Joe's like, oh, and his face is melting, and and the next minute it's just like the head goes through, and that's the end of that. Well, that's what Sean Hudson book reads like a Lucio Fulci script. It's really, really good, is The Beyond. So anyway, it's just the adventures of the young lady who gets the house left to her in a will, and everything that can go wrong does go wrong, and the local inhabitants of the town, I wouldn't want to live there. I would not want to live there. It might not be in Louisiana, it could have been the Florida Keys. I don't know. I'd have to try and look where it was filmed, but that's what a Sean Hudson book reads like. Some of those Italian zombie horror movies are borderline. Yes, they were. There was one part where you have these young women skinny dipping and you have these zombies in the water looking up at them. Yeah, those Italian zombie films. Do you know the weirdest one I think that they ever did? Is it Mario Bava or Umberto Lenzi? One of them that I think it was Zombie 3, and there's the head of one of the zombies in a fridge, and he flies out. Just it's iconic. It's so funny. I mean, the original zombie film, um, Lucio Fulci's Zombie, where we the young girl's father was on an island with a doctor, and obviously he turns into a zombie on that island. But anyhow, his boat is set free from the island, and many months later it rocks up in New York, and two hapless police officers come across the boat, report authority, that's it, and they manage to moor up alongside the boat and get on board the boat. And then they're attacked by a zombie that's on board the boat. And I've got to say, that's the fattest zombie I've ever seen in my life. He must have been well fed on that island. I've never seen. I thought zombies were supposed to be skinny and raggy, but not him. My God, he looks as though he'd been on the Big Macs the way over. Yeah, and that film is fantastic. It has one of the most gut curdling scenes, and it involves eyeballs and a broken door frame. And I really honestly feel it for the doctor's wife at this point, because you know what, love, I'd been knocking back the gin and tonics at this point. I really would. I wouldn't have bothered with tonic. I'd have just been with gin. And the poor woman's absolutely terrified. And I mean, I would be, but I'm sorry, love, but shoving a set of drawers up against the handle of the door isn't going to stop the undead getting through. And what possessed you to sort of like try and look through the eye of the keyhole to see if they were still there? Because their hand comes straight through, grabs you by your hair, and there's no chance of you surviving because they're dragging your head closer and closer, and the next minute the broken wood splinter from the door frame's going in your flipping eyeball. I suppose in any way it'd be quick. But again, you know, that is what a Sean Hudson book reads like. It's honestly, it's a Lucio Fulci, Mario Bava, Umberto Lenzi style, you know, and Dario Argento. Yeah, he's another fantastic. Suspiria. Yeah, you see, I can imagine Sean must be a massive movie fan, because a lot of his books read like that, like in Italian horror flick. I mean, classic example, the slugs, right? Animal attack. And the movie that was made wasn't that bad. It was better than I don't know what possessed you, James. God bless your soul. But why on earth did you allow the filmmakers access to the rats and allowed them to make hungry eyes? It was so bad that the rats basically barked. Yes, that's right, everyone. The rats were dogs, Dachshunds actually, with rat costumes stuck on them. I've never seen a rat bark and wag its tail before, but when you watch that film, that's what you're gonna get. They made a TV movie of it years later, which I think might still be on one of my playlists. I don't know. And it starred Madeline Catch Madeline Hadgcombe. Can't say her name properly. Anyway, she was in Stephen King's The Cat People. That movie. as a teenage girl in that, and in this film she played the role of her mother. So it was done in the early 90s. Yeah. That was Hungry Eyes, the bad film. But I suppose if you want to see rats that bark and wag their tail, yeah, Satchman Crowther, who played the character in The Shining that Danny Torrance spoke to. And he was in it. He played the I think he worked for the New York City Refuse Collection Department or Port Authority or something. Anyway, he was probably one of the first characters to sort of like get munched up by the rats in the film Deadly Eyes, which is just it's so bad it's funny. I might even have that in a playlist somewhere, probably on the Animals Attack playlist, movies and books and stuff. But it's so bad it's funny. It's hysterical. Oh, City of the Living Dead has the most gory thing I've ever seen in a horror. Oh, yeah. Now, which bit was that? Was that the bit with the flying maggots? Or was it when she sat in the car and she was looking at the priest and then all of a sudden all her insides were sort of like falling out. It could have been that, or was it the power drill? Oh, the car. It was, yeah, it was definitely the scene in the car. Oh, that was brutal. But yes, City of the Living Dead. That Katrina McCall again. She's done in quite a few. Oh, the house and the come on, come on. The house by the cemetery. Yeah, I think that was the one of the films with Katrina McCall was in that as well, with a lad, a blonde-haired boy, and they kept going, Bob, Bob. I mean, if you weren't sure what the kid's name was, I'm pretty convinced at this point that it was Bob. And there they are. Husband's got a job researching an old house. Dr. Faustine, that was it. Dr. Faustine was everybody thinks Dr. Faustine's dead. Well, it's not. He's very much not dead. But he doesn't look right well. And Dr. Faustine needs fresh meat. And this family, well, again, you see, that Sean Hudson could have written that. And I'm pretty sure he probably did in another book. I think Relics. I've just literally finished Relics, and that reads like Lucy Fulci. I just think we were so blessed in the 1980s and 90s to have such iconic films. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, think we might be done with them. Just going to be one of those days where we get heads down, backsides up, and let's get on with the work. And we'll chat away about horror movies as we go along. And books. And everything else that's horror. And iconic films. Definitely. I like Dario Argento. I love Suspiria. Oh my goodness me. And they did a remake of it not so long back with, was it Tilda Swinton? Was she in it? In the remake? Absolutely iconic. We will go all the way from New York, all the way to Italy, to join an elite dancing school, only to find out it's run by witches and they basically feed upon the souls and the blood of young girls to keep, obviously stay alive. And the possession of one of the girls in the dancing. Oh my goodness me. Wow. And when she's dancing and moving and doing all, the movements, and then the other poor girl is sort of like being thrown around and parts of her bones are snapping and it's just vicious. What was that? Oh, Twilight Zone. God, yeah, that's Dan Aykroyd was in that, and the three actors died, and two of them were kids. I think was it a helicopter accident? Yeah. God, yeah. That Twilight Zone. I mean, if I'd have been John Lithgow on that flight and I'd seen that thing sat in the wing of the airplane, I would have been one in a parachute. Absolutely. Was it Terror at 30,000 feet or whatever it was? That one for me, the Twilight Zone movie, is up there with Creepshow. I think Creepshow is, it's just fantastic. I mean, that's everybody in it. Everyone took part in that and made such a fantastic. And it was just so iconic and it had so many good writers. You talk about Stephen King, John Carpenter, who else was involved in it? Oh, no, brain's gone for a wander. I'll have to Google it. I'll have to Google it. Creepshow. Creep Show. Who wrote it? George A. Romero, Stephen King making this film his screenwriting debut. Oh, 1982. Okay. It was a 1982 Creepshow, an American horror comedy anthology film directed by George A. Romero and written by Stephen King. Making this film his screenwriting debut. Ah, oh, last night. Ah, we had some airplanes fly over. Some very special airplanes flew over us last night, and they were so loud. I am not joking. American aircraft designed for special ops heard roaring over the town where I live twice in 24 hours. Wow. And I heard them last night as I was upstairs sorting out and getting ready for bed, and I heard this almighty roar, and there were three of them, and they flew over the house and went off down the valley, and I was like, wow. Many across where we live were woken early this morning by at least one American aircraft roaring over their homes. Flight watch websites are reporting it was a Bell Boeing CV-22 Osprey, and I was wondering, operated by the US Air Force that flew over the area around 5:45 a.m. Yes, I do remember it. A trio of the same aircraft were also reportedly heard and spotted over Calder, where we are, yesterday evening. Oops. The CV-22 Osprey is a tilt rotator aircraft that combines the vertical takeoff, hover, and vertical landing qualities of a helicopter with the long range, fuel efficiency, and speed characteristics of a turboprop aircraft. Oh. It is used to conduct long range infiltration, exfiltration, and resupply missions for Special Operations Forces. It is understood the aircraft yesterday had set off from Les Chars, a British Army barracks on the east coast of Scotland. Oh, right. I did wonder what had flown over the house last night. Now we know. There were. And they were noisy, and they were big, and there they were, flying and doing their thing. I don't oh, see it. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, so we had military aircraft last night flying over us, doing its thing. I suppose they were training. We get a lot of that, especially where we are, because we've got such steep valleys. Oh, goodness me. Warm today. It's so warm today. I think we're going to have a thunderstorm, but that's just my opinion. Yeah, yeah, that's the one. I remember it very clearly. The accident. In fact, I remember it coming home, and we watched it on a video. So that shows how old we are. Oh my goodness me, I missed that. Going down Blockbuster on a Friday night, picking the movies that you're going to watch over the weekend, and you got them for 48 hours, and you had to take them back Sunday tea time or Sunday afternoon. And it was like, they had the best sweetie section, and you could pick a bottle of pop that you wanted, and you could get the movie that you fancied. There's always one for the kiddies, and always one for the adults. And I miss that. I miss the nostalgia of it. Oh, well, so have a good one, kid. Sorry about that, everyone. The washing machine needed changing, and my eldest daughter's just gone to work. That's good, isn't it? Busy, busy day. So yeah, I miss Blockbuster videos. In fact, I miss my local video store that was in our village, and we could just go down on a Friday night and you'd pick the movie of your choice. Yeah, I miss it. I miss the excitement of not knowing what you're going to be able to rent. I miss picking up a bag of popcorn and a bottle of pop and maybe some I don't know, sweeties that you might want to have, like nerds or what's the other one I used to like eating? Hubba Bubba bubblegum. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm wondering I've got no teeth and that sugared up. And hundreds and thousands and what was it? Millions and billions, whatever they were called. And a tub of ice cream, and it was always Neapolitan in our house. And I loved the strawberry flavour out of that. And cornettos. In the summertime, you always got a cornetto. That was a lot of fun. There was something special about the whole experience of renting a movie from Blockbuster. Except gaming, hello, you're back. And easy as it is now to stream, whatever we like, it's just not the same. No, you're right, J-Star. It's not the same as going down to down to Blockbusters and getting a video, a brick, bringing home a brick and shoving that in the video player. Did you ever see this fun kids fantasy adventure from Australia called Frog Dreaming? It was made in the 80s and had the actor who played Elliot from E.T. in it. Oh, would that be the young lad or Drew Barrymore? Which one? Frog Dreaming. I've not seen that. That must be like completely missed it. Yeah, oh my goodness me, videos. I am so old school, right? I still have a video player and I still have videos to go in the video player. Let me think. Here we go. And I kept it for a very special reason. I love this film with Robert Englund, The Phantom of the Opera. It's just such a good film. It really is cheesy as anything, but I wouldn't be without it. And yet, getting videos like these, Freddy Krueger, yeah, Robert Englund, Freddy Krueger, and getting videos now, right? It's an expensive hobby. It really is. But I keep them up there, and I don't know, somewhere on here. Ha! I knew it. I knew it. I keep it for this one as well because there's something old school about actual film and not just having everything digitalized. I'm a bit of a sucker for a bit of nostalgia. But yeah, I got that one Christmas. When did it finally? 1993. Good Lord. I'm an old girl, aren't I? So yeah, that lives behind me. And I also, one of the other reasons I keep the video player is back in the day when wedding videos, my wedding video is actually on a video. And I suppose I could get it digitalized and I suppose I could have it, burned onto like a CD or put on a computer chip. But it's not the same. It's not the same. Technology shot forward, and here I am digging my heels in, trying to hang on to it, the old stuff. I miss the whole experience of going to the video store and renting a video. it was exciting. You didn't know what you were going to get. And let's face it, when you were perusing and choosing, right, I bet you picked the film on what the cover of the video case looked like as a horror. The more gruesome the look, right, I bet that was like, I don't care what the film's like. If that's on the front cover, I have to watch it. Yeah? I'm not joking. That's exactly that was my reaction every single time. If I like the look of the video cover, if the artwork looked absolutely minted, I would definitely. I wouldn't even be thinking about what the plot's about. I'd just be like, I've got, from what I've just seen of that, I've got to watch it. I got rid of my VHS, DVD, and CD. No, please tell me you didn't. Oh, your CDs as well. What possessed you? Oh, mate. Oh, mate, no. Oh. Do I have something on here that shows crying? Oh, no, but I've got some shocked faces. Goodness me. Oh. Do you know, I've got DVDs, I've got videos, I've got tapes and vinyl albums. And I'm so old fashioned. And there's just something pure about the old ways of doing things. That's one of the reasons I like to sit down with a book. It's because I'm grateful not to have technology around me all the time. And I like to reset my mind by just reading so that I can calm my brain down. Sometimes I just think if I have too much time near technology, it can affect my sleep pattern. And so I like to just sit with a book and read it and then make myself naturally tired so that I'll want to go to sleep. It's why after like 8 o'clock at night, I will not have a phone on or be listening to like podcasts or anything like that because it's just too distracting for the brain. And I'm all about trying to get some quality sleep because believe me, going through flipping menopause, insomnia will become your best friend. It's awful. You aren't having hot flushes. You laid there thinking, it's 3 a.m, why am I awake? Mind you, you boys, you won't have to go through that. So you're rather lucky in that respect. And you'll never know the joys of the menopause. You never will. And you're so, so lucky. Yes, I went digital only a few years ago. Oh. Okay, my challenge to you, then, Jay, is to find your favourite film and try and locate it on a video and a DVD. Right? Let's see if you can find it. Speaking of which, though, what actually is your favourite film? And do you have a favourite book? Well, you might have. My favourite book in the entire universe, of which I would run back into a burning building for, is The Death of Grass by John Christopher. Written in 1956, so it's almost 70 years old. And it just so happens in 2018, my husband was at a private auction and it came up for sale. And what makes the version I have so very special is that it was the first run of the first set that were ever printed within the United Kingdom. And it just so happens that he was at the auction and he saw it and it came up and he was like, I know who would want a copy. And there we were. And say I got it for a Christmas present. I didn't know I was getting it for a Christmas present, but I did. And I knew the history behind it. And I was like, my goodness me, this has been held by Sam Ewald, who is John Christopher. John Christopher is his pen name. Sam is the actual man. And he has held this book in his hand. And now I have it. And if the house was burning down, and after I got Monty and everyone else out the house, and it was safe to do so, I would run back inside and I would grab that one book because I can't let that book burn. Right? It must never be destroyed because it is so significant to British horror, science fiction, apocalyptic. My goodness me, it ticks every single box. It's not a cozy apocalyptic book, right? A lot of the stuff that came out of the 1950s was very, very, oh shucks, oh no, somebody's run off with Timmy the dog and we haven't got any ginger beer left and we've run out of chocolate cake. That level of apocalyptic. No, this one, wow. It's brutal. It is hauntingly, beautifully written. The plot is amazing. It's so brilliantly written. And what makes it absolutely terrifying, and I mean terrifying, is the plot could work then as well as now. I will say one thing: 9 meals away from anarchy, right, is what we are as a human race. Because if you miss 9 meals, you are basically ready and prepared to do absolutely anything to get your hands on your next meal. And that's what this book does so well. It shows us, the human race, no holds barred, absolutely raw. It's what we as a nation are prepared to do to each other in order to ensure that your clan survives. And it takes absolutely no prisoners whatsoever. And if you're not crying by the end of the book, my darlings, you must have no soul. Cloverfield. Your favourite film is Cloverfield. Favourite book, Ghost of Sleep. Do you know what, Cloverfield? It's that found footage one, isn't it? Of the alien that comes down and attacks New York. Right? I've got the right film there, haven't I, Alan? And I know that Ghost of Sleep is your favourite book. And for good reason. It's absolutely fantastically written. James Herbert did an absolute blinder with that one. I mean, what can I say about Ash? He didn't have a good track record with women who were picking up, did he? I felt really bad for him, actually. You know, just when he thought he'd met a really nice girl. Well, let's just say, I don't think he was ever destined to be a happy boy. Which is sad, really, because, you know, you do end up, you know, thinking, is his look never going to change? But, right, Cloverfield. I didn't know that, though. I did not know that was your favourite film. Mine has got to be, if I'm thinking about perfect horror, and I am here, Stanley Kubrick. And I'm going to say The Shining. And I know The Shining wasn't like the book, right? And here, I know I'm going to sound a little controversial because I love Stephen King. I do. I adore Stephen. But, and this is probably going to, if he ever sees this video, it's probably going to really upset him. But hear me out. Stanley Kubrick enjoyed your book very much, Steve. And, you know, when they say imitation is the finest form of flattery, right? Then be flattered that Stanley Kubrick wanted to make a film of your book. And don't be jealous because he did it better. Right? And I know there's a lot of people out there that are absolute purists and say, but no, Stephen's book was, you know, it wasn't done right. It wasn't done in the vein of the, just accept, right, that Stanley enjoyed and loved the book and then gave us the film, The Shining. All right? I love huge monsters attacking cities like Godzilla, Gargo, and the Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. John Wyndham, The Kraken Wakes. You'd love that. Which is what the Beast from 20,000 Fathoms is based on. 80s were great for horror. Yes, Jay, they were. They were absolutely. I can't think of a better era for us to have grown up in than the 80s because we just had it all. We had all the slashers. We've got Freddy, Jason, The Shape, Michael Myers from Halloween, the Phantasm boy, that guy. Oh, was he nearly 7 foot tall and chasing us around with metal spears? What? Yeah, give me some of that. And like killer doll movies with, dolls that come alive and kill the families. And what was it? There was a jester, wasn't there, in that? Oh, So scary. Dolly Dear, Child's Play, Chucky the Doll. Oh, I could go on and on and on. So many iconic killer movies. Oh, monster movies as well, animal attack movies. One of my favourite novels that I've been searching for a while called Swarm, Werner Herzog, and that was made into a movie with, was it Michael Caine? I think Michael Caine was in that, Swarm, the one with the killer bees. The Lost Boys. Oh, yeah. I have the theme, the soundtrack, the theme music, The Lost Boys, somewhere in the house on a cassette tape. And I remember buying it with my wages that I got for working in a coffee shop when I was a teenager. And I think the tape cost me a tenner, and that was my day's wages. And I just thought, don't care. I love Lost Boys. I've got to have the music. And it's just what you did back in the day, isn't it? You went out, you liked the movie, you went out and you got the soundtrack. Yeah. I mean, gosh, I just think we were so blessed. We really were. Sorry, you sent me a message. Awesome, great. Michael Caine, yeah, see, I thought it was. He was in The Swarm. Such an iconic film. The one that gets me is that, when they're all on the train and they're all being evacuated out of the town where the swarm of bees is. Well, the bees think, aye, ain't having any of this. So off they go and attack the train and start stinging everybody on the train. And then next minute, train go rolling down the hillside and it's exploding as it goes down. And it's like, well, yeah, so all the residents of the town, that's it. I mean, oh gosh, it wasn't Roland Emmerich that did that. Oh no. Brain's gone for a walk again. The Swarm. Nineteen 1978. That's when it was made. Irwin Allen. If a movie's got Irwin Allen and he's made it, watch it, right? Because he was the king of disaster movies, was Irwin Allen. He did The Poseidon, he did Earthquake, he did The Fire, he did Flood. What else has he done? Towering Inferno. There's loads of Irwin Allen movies, and he did loads of made for TV movies as well. But I love Poseidon, when the boat gets hit by a rogue tidal wave, and it's like everybody that climbs up the Christmas tree, that they're going to be in it for a while. And Irwin Allen loves to torment not only the survivors, but the people watching the survivors survive. You're in for a good night if it's an Irwin Allen movie. And yeah, I know I'm old. And I suppose there are the youngsters out there that think, oh, but just take it from me, right? Before there was Roland Emmerich giving us The Day After Tomorrow, 2012, and he may or may not have been involved in the Bruce Willis film where he went up to shoot an asteroid. Armageddon. That were it. Yeah, before all that, there was Irwin Allen, who he's just an iconic legend. And if he can make a disaster film, yeah, you just know that you're going to get quality writing and quality acting. And a believable scenario. Definitely. And getting back to The Death of Grass, I did a book review on it, which I go into great depth of symbolism and metaphors for the entire novel. So I suppose if you were studying it at, for an exam, there's quite a few ideas on there that you might be interested in if, you were looking for something to put down in your essay. So I do cover quite a chunk. Say the book's almost an antique. In another 30 years it will be. I think when it gets to 100 years old, it's officially an antique. So it'll be within my lifetime. Definitely. Was that a message? The thing is, in real life, killer bees' stings are no more powerful than normal honeybees. They just tend to get more peed more easily and swarm more. Yes, they do. You know what I really think happened, right? Is Irwin Allen thought, we're going to get some bees, right? And we're going to make them really angry. I mean, proper mad. And we're going to tell them, that's it, we're nicking all your honey. And the bees thought, because I'm speaking in bee language now. And then, to up the ante, he thought, I'm going to feed you all on the red dye from M&M's. And the bees thought, and there you got why they were so upset. And the fact that they probably really wanted to get the wind up Michael Caine. I think the late, oh gosh, he's just died, hasn't he? Shogun. Richard Chamberlain was in that film too, I think. And I think maybe Bradford Dillman. I'm trying to remember the girl that was in it. Because she was in the Stepford Wives. And I've forgotten her name. Oh, that's the only problem. Getting on a bit. I'm forgetting stuff like people's names. I'm quite sure I've not got Alzheimer's. Oh no, it's going to bother me now. It's going to bother me. 1978. There we are. Catherine Ross. That was it. Catherine Ross. Yes, Richard Chamberlain was in it. Richard Wildner. Oh, I didn't know he was in it. Olivia de Havilland. Patty Duke Austin. Joseph Ferrer. Slim Pickens. Bradford Dillman was in it. That's good. Wow. Yeah, Catherine Ross. That was it. She played the mom in Stepford Wives. Again, iconic film, that. Stepford Wives. Aren't those women just phenomenal? They stand there and iron and cook and clean and look foxy as anything, and they're just perfect, aren't they? And Catherine Ross was just brilliant in that. That was written by a gentleman called Ira Levin, who brought us Rosemary's Baby. I know, let's go live in this apartment in New York. It will be fun. Oh, yes, darling, let's. We'll have a wonderful time. 9 months later, the son of Satan is born. What's not to like about that? We had a lot of things in the 70s, didn't we? Where the child of Satan was going to be born. Lee Remick and oh, come on. No, it's gone. Shocker. The Omen. The Omen. The Omen. Gregory Peck and Lee Remick and Billy Whitlaw as Mrs. Baylock. Oh, yes. And David Warner as the photographer, the journalist. Patrick Troughton as Father Brennan. Well, we all know what happened to Father Brennan. Yes, he was harpooned. He was harpooned, wasn't he, with the church steeple lightning rod. But we went through the 70s, like with this morbid obsession of the Son of Christ. No, I'll raise you 10 and make it the Son of Satan. And to which I actually have the entire collection upstairs of all the books, all the novels for the Omen, which I'm going to find time over the summer, and I'm going to sit there and read one after the other, because I just cannot wait to do that. All right, I that message. The Omen. Didn't a few freak accidents happen on the making? Yeah, that is one of the cursed movies. That and The Exorcist, and the one that Alan mentioned, The Twilight Zone. There is a film out there which talks about cursed movies. I need to find it because I'd love to watch it all the way through. I've only seen snippets of it. There was a film I loved that came out in the 90s where a child was born, but this one was not the son of the devil, but the daughter of God. It was called Bless This Child. Yes, and it starred, oh my gosh, Kim. Oh, nope, brain's gone. Bless the Child. Kim Basinger. That's it, Kim Basinger. Yeah, Kim Basinger. Oh, I read the book before I saw the film. And wowzers. The film was very, very good, but the book, oh, wowee. If you ever wondered what the occult was like and about and the significance of the Godchild and the Devil Child, that's the book you should read. Bless the Child. I remember finding it in a bookstore in Hebden Bridge, and I bought it on a whim. I thought, oh, it could be interesting, and I could not put that book down. It was fantastic, absolutely mind-blowing. And the level of detail that the book went into, I wish I could remember who wrote it. Based on a 1993 novel by Kathy Cash Spellman. Kathy Cash Spellman wrote Bless the Child. And oh my goodness me, it is absolutely terrifying. Yeah, there was some really seriously dodgy stuff that went on in that as well. Yeah, Kim Basinger. The level of stuff that went on in that film, there was some severe accidents. That's in that documentary about cursed films. You see, anything that you are going to go up against, God and the devil, right? You can guarantee that something's not going to be quite right. It's a really, really difficult subject to talk about anyway. But to make movies about it, my goodness me, it's just they're absolutely amazing, absolutely fantastic film. And oh, another one that was cursed. Talking about cursed films, and the book by Jay Anson and the Amityville. The amount of stuff that went on in the making of that film, and yeah, I really do think it's haunted. I really do think it sits over the gates to hell. In fact, I am convinced of it. And the amount of people that have gone through and, sat there and done seances to see, what was it real, Yeah, I do. I really, really do think it was real. And not so long ago, there was a TV documentary. I think it was in 7 parts, and it was aired on BBC Two. And it was an American TV documentary that we, the British, have been involved in making. And it showed the DeFeo family and the young lad, I think he was 17, 18 years old at the time, the one that went round and did the whole family. And he, right up to when he died, he said that he was possessed. And you know what? I actually think that there was something wrong about that house. There really, really was. And He, I think he was possessed. I mean, and the fact that nobody heard a thing. And you would hear something. You would have heard something because it's not that far from other houses. And yet nobody heard a thing. It's so weird. Absolutely so weird. The Faculty, that's a good film. Now that is a good alien invasion. Yeah, very good alien invasion film. I think that was probably one of the very first films that Salma Hayek was in. All those years ago. Blimey. And maybe Will Wheaton was in it, but I'm not sure. But it's one when I was at college when that came out, The Faculty. And it might have been just after I left college. Jordana Brewster. What's she been in then? Give me an idea of what she's been in and I'll try and remember who she is. I don't remember her. I'd have to Google her. Thank goodness there's the thing for Google for us oldies. Because I think the problem is, right, we've all seen and done so much and read and noticed so much that now we're having trouble remembering everybody's names. It's a heck of a lot of information to store up here in our brains. It really is. And I can honestly say, I think the hard drive up here is getting a little full. You know your memory slipping when you're yelling at the kids and you go through everybody's name until you get to the one that's the one that you're yelling about. And maybe it's just me, maybe it's just a mom thing. It's going to be hilarious, I think, when we get like really older than we already are. You know, like 20 years on me. So like I'm going to be rocking up when I'll be 70. Gen X at 70. Oh my goodness me. That's going to be hilarious. Yeah. I'm going to be one of those really shocking old grannies that has bright pink hair or, you know, a bit blue like Marge Simpson. Yeah. I want to be like my dad. My dad was, he still is. My dad is still the coolest man that ever lived. And he's only recently stopped riding his motorcycle because he turns 80 next year and he's struggling with, you know, balance and everything. And, you know, I just think he does absolutely amazing. He still drives a sports car and he still goes scuba diving. No, my dad is not James Bond, by the way. But he's just like, my dad's cool. As the girls once said, Grandad reminded them of Johnny Depp. And that was the coolest sort of compliment I think you could ever give to my dad, is that his granddaughters think he's Captain Jack Sparrow. It was Elijah Wood and Josh Hartnett. Yes, it did. That's who I was trying to think of. Thank you. You see, I don't suppose the movies in the 90s were that bad either. I mean, We did have that Robert Englund film called Wishmaster. I think it was about an evil genie that when it granted wishes, the wishes were always like a little bit not as good as they should be because they were cursed. But he tried to look as though he was a really good genie, but he wasn't. He wasn't a genie, he was a djinn. Don't get much cooler than Johnny Depp. He's 80, still loves advancing and from up north. He's not in the last summer line, is it? No, 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 my dad's not in last summer line, but he don't live far from there. Don't live far from that area. I don't get to see him as much as I should. And I miss him. But it's my dad that's, I suppose, responsible for me, as in what he's produced. And my love for heavy metal, Metallica, Iron Maiden, Queensryche, Black Sabbath, Whitesnake, Kiss, to name but a few, and Def Leppard. I grew up listening to that kind of music. I grew up listening to Queen, right? I have my father's Queen collection on vinyl, and I will not give that up ever. And the movies that we watched and the books that I read are all direct influence from my father. Wishmaster, totally forgot about it. It's such a good film. Wishmaster is such a good film, and I believe it's in the 90s. So the horror there, Pumpkinhead with Lance Hernskin, the one that played Bishop in Alien. Don't get me going, Alien. Oh wow, wowzers! I remember watching Alien when I was 10 years old and thinking, this is so cool. Again, direct influence, my dad. It's thanks to him that I think I had a brilliant childhood. I was very close to my father. I mean, my parents got divorced. It's what happens. And when something like that happens, it's like a nuclear bomb going off in the family. And dare I say, it's usually the father that then gets shunted out of the kid's life. And the new stepfather has got to take precedence. And that, right, I'm just looking at it from a male's point of view. That must hurt so much. I mean, when you're a kid, you don't always understand, you know? You don't always sort of like know the ins and outs of life and get it. But it's only as I've become an adult and a parent myself that I look and I think, that must have really affected my dad. It must have really, really hurt. And although initially we chose to stay with our dad, we didn't go and live with his mum. We stayed with his dad. And we stayed with him and finished our education off at school. And the worst thing that happened is after we'd finished our education and everything got settled and the divorce happened and all the rest of it, and everybody screwed everybody else over for money and what they felt was they were entitled to. Oh, that's a word I don't like. Entitled. What makes you think you're entitled to anything? You go out there and work for it and get it yourself. In any rate, the upshot of it was that because of all the legal fallout, we lost our home. It was the 1990s. I just finished high school, and the big crash came. Do you remember when interest rates went up to 18% pretty much overnight? Well, after being hammered by the divorce and everything else, and with the interest rates shooting through the roof, the worst thing possible could have happened, and we lost our home. And I had to go and live with my mother. One day, I met the love of my life, and he said, "How about it, girl?" And I said, "How about it?" And a couple of years later, we got married. And I have been with my beloved ever since. And I just look back on all the pain and the heartache and everything that everybody went through. And I just think my dad was just so brave, and he was so cool. And even after all that was done to him, I think he's the better person because he's not bitter. He moved on with his life, and he did his best to keep in touch. And I'd like to think that although I don't see as much of him as I should, we have a healthy relationship with each other. And his granddaughters, like I say, they call him their granddad, their Johnny Depp granddad, because they think he's rather cool. So there you go. It's a little bit about me you didn't know, didn't it? What was that? I grew up on all that horror as a kid. My first LP was a music version of War of the Worlds. Yes! I've got that somewhere, Alan. That it was my dad's. I have my father's vinyl of War of the Worlds, one with Richard Burton as the journalist. Jeff Wayne, that's it. Jeff Wayne's War of the World. See, I didn't have to Google that. I remembered it. So, brownie points for remembering that it was Jeff Wayne's War of the Worlds. There we go. Coming along quite well. We're up to shirt number 6 now. In fact, I'm going to tell you a little bit of a sneak peek of a review that I will be doing for the latest book that I read called Scuttle by Barnaby Walters. H.G. Wells is quite a significant inspiration for the book. No, that's all I'm going to tell you, because I'm not going to spoil that review. But if you want old school style of novel, as in written in the vein of an animal attack novel from the 1970s, 1980s, in a modern day setting of 2024, can I recommend that you read Barnaby Walters' Scuttle? It is not what you think. And that's all I'm going to tell you. You will love it. I'll do a copy on it when I get a bit of time to actually sit down and write, and talk about it. But wow, for the first novel I've read of his, he got, let's go down a checklist. What makes a good book sell? A good title, great artwork, and a fantastic plot. Well, Barnaby, 3 out of 3, lad. You got them all. You are what the horror world has been waiting for a very long time. And you, my darling, are the shot in the arm that British horror needed. You've made horror cool again. It's written. It's like Guy N. Smith and James Herbert got together in a laboratory with the help of Sean Hudson and did a reanimator of what they thought a horror writer should be about, and Barnaby Walters was born. And Barnaby, as your first foray, as you know, we don't normally write horror, but as your first foray into writing horror, yes, please. Yes, give me more, Barnaby. I need you. I need more. You see the great big smile that you put on my face. With good reason, young man. What you wrote was pretty... Yeah, it was a pretty tasty horror. Mm-mm. Yeah, it's the shot in the arm that the British horror industry has needed quite some time. In fact, there is another writer which I'm going to tell you about, and his name is Alan Aspinall, and he does the Fading Light series of Lucy. And what is Lucy? Well, you'll have to read the books, my darling, to find out. Although I have done some extensive reviews on them. But Lucy is always watching. And Lucy is always looking for an opportunity to do very bad things to very good people. And Lucy is absolutely terrifying. You will have ice water in your veins. Yeah, absolutely terrifying. I don't think we're doing too bad. We've done quite a lot of ironing this morning. We've only got a few more to go in the basket, which is really good. Thank goodness, thank goodness. And then we can say, we have done for the day. Hip, hip, hooray. 'Cause it's a Monday. And we've done all the ironing we can. To be fair, I don't mind standing and doing the ironing. And as I say, I've been running this business now for 14 years, which is a very long time. And I think we've done extremely well keeping the internet up. I've probably got another maybe 10 shirts. I'm not sure. But it doesn't look to be a lot anyway. Oh, gracious me. I have to check to see if the dryer's finished as well. Tell you, the excitement never ends in this house. I don't mind standing and chatting and doing ironing. It certainly beats being bored, doesn't it? So yeah, I'm gonna have to try and find that cursed documentary, the cursed movie documentary. There's just so many on there. And another one that I really like is, funny enough, is The Conjuring. Now that was a good one, a very good breakout horror movie based on the two psychics from America. And I have a book about them upstairs. And like a documentary style book on the couple. And my goodness me, they've seen some stuff. Annabelle, the doll, the one that's in the glass case, it's left specific instructions. Do not open this case ever. And she's just a very unassuming looking rag doll. Right? Except she's got a demon spirit trapped within her. Now, if the premise of that doesn't scare the whatsits out of you, I don't know what can. I mean, it's an unassuming looking doll, right? And I'd be scared to death. I don't think I could have coped with it in the house, but I know they are demonologists and they have an entire room in their home just stacked to the rafters with stuff from exorcisms that they've done around the world. It does make you wonder what really is real. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 shirts left. That's not bad. And to think what they've seen, that couple have seen, over the years, and the stuff that they have. And I know that I think she was alive until quite recently, about 2015, when she died. I think she might have died in about 2012. And I think she passed away about 2015. But the film that I'm thinking of is the Enfield Poltergeist in London. And Alan probably knows an awful lot more about this than I do. Because he's read more about it than I have. So that he's probably better. I mean, he does the Fading Light Ghost Tour. So ghosts are Alan's sort of like everyday bread and butter. He knows so much. But I always think about the Enfield Poltergeist, and when you look at the actual photographs of those girls, and they're floating in midair. Now, I know you can jump and have a photograph taken of you jumping up, but there's actual footage of these girls not being on the ground. And that, there are lots of things in this world that cannot be explained, and that is one of them. And I do genuinely think it was an actual genuine haunting. The Enfield Poltergeist was real. We don't always get to know what's real and what isn't. But for me, I think that was genuine. And I do genuinely think that those girls were living in a house with a poltergeist. Because, how else can you explain what happened? They'd have to have some pretty exceptional special effects teams to have been able to create all that, and an awful lot of money to throw at it to make it look so believable, which makes me think it was genuine, because I don't honestly feel that. I just don't think you could fake that. I really, really don't. Was that? Possession movies probably are the only movies that do make me feel uneasy. Yeah, exactly. And I think it was the eldest daughter, wasn't it? In the Enfield haunting that the poltergeist was after. And when you think about that, and then Amityville out in the States, and the Lutz family moving in And after only 28 days of living in that house, and they were screaming and running out the house in terror, George and Kathy Lutz and the children. I seriously do think that Amityville is haunted. And if you've there is a documentary, and it was not so long ago. It was put up on the BBC Two, and it was an American and a British corroboration to putting it up. And following the documentary, that's the word I'm looking for, and the DeFeo family, which are the original ones that lived in the house, Ocean Drive, it was Ocean Drive, the Amityville house, we call it that. And for him to get his entire family, and he just genuinely feel he was possessed, and I think he was as well. And I can't get that, but every single member, right? He got every single member of his family, and none of the neighbours heard a thing, right? All that noise, and nobody heard a thing. And then for George and Kathy Lutz to buy the house at a knockdown price because of the murders, and then for them to go running out of the house after only living in it for 30 days and leaving all their possessions and never going back to take a single thing, just left everything, right? There must have been something horrific that went on in that house for those people to scream and run out in absolute sheer terror. So yeah, I think that is genuine as well, because there are many, many things on this planet that we do not know if it's real or not. Well, for me, that was real. The Amityville, wowzers. It's so scary. And that, just watch the documentary, right? From start to finish. I think it's in 7 parts. And then make your mind up after you've watched the documentary. In Jay Anson, I've read Jay Anson's book, and I've listened to it on an audio tape as well. And I genuinely think it wasn't a hoax. I think it was real. And I've absolutely no desires at all to go and stay in the house, because the lady who did the conjuring turned around and said it was the closest to hell that she'd ever been, and she never wanted to go there ever again. And that is enough for me. She also dealt with the Enfield haunting as well. Just because our eyes can't see it doesn't mean it's not real. Exactly. It's something way more sinister. Yeah, they are. I mean, you want to make sure, right, that you will have insomnia. Yeah, exactly. Start digging about and reading about that kind of stuff, Amityville, and whoosh, the smell. Oh, Alan told me about this family out in the States, and they're called the Smurl family. Very, very normal, loving family. And they moved into a house, I would say late 70s. The smell. It's a proper documented haunting. This is as well. Um, and they made a TV movie about it. Called An American Haunting or A Haunting in America, something like that. Alan will actually tell me because he put me onto it. And the family were never left alone. I mean, it took on, it was almost like a demonic possession, and the demons were after the parents, in particular the dad. And it's like a full-on documentary about what this poor family went through, and they tried to escape the evil ghost by moving house to get away from it, but it wouldn't have mattered at this point because the entity had attached itself to the family, and these were good Catholic people. They were proper, really, really nice, as I say, Catholic people, and they were practicing Catholics, so they were very, very deeply religious. The poor family, oh my goodness me, it wasn't just the mum and dad that got haunted. The kids were haunted, and the grandparents that lived with them were haunted. And this entity would just not leave the Smell family alone, and it really had it in for the dad. And yeah, when you read about it and watch the movie that was made about it and the documentaries, I mean, you know, what that poor family went through. Oh my goodness me. Absolutely horrendous. You know, that for me is like true horror. That is absolutely terrifying. There was another one. She was a mother. It was in the 80s, and The Entity. I think it was called. The film was called The Entity, and that was a true life story. They made a movie about it, and this poor woman, it didn't matter what she did, she could not shake this entity, this spirit, and it just made her life a living hell. Awful. And you know, if that didn't, and that would make you sleep with the lights on. That would. It's like watching Poltergeist. That's another one of those cursed movies. You know, the little girl that played Carol Ann. She died not long after making the third. In fact, I think she died while they were making the Poltergeist 3. The poor girl, and the one that in the film that played the role of the big sister, she died in a car accident not long after the Poltergeist movie had finished. You know, they finished making it, the first one, and she died in a car accident. I mean, it's just awful. So yeah, that's in that Curse Movies documentary. Sit with 5 more shirts, everybody, and then we're going to call it a day. And we'll call the day Monday. Now, I do enjoy a good ghost story, a good scare. And if you want to talk about ghosts, wow, wait, Alan's your man. What he doesn't know about ghosts, goodness, he knows all, all the scary stuff. And say, give his books a whirl. The Fading Light series. Oh, like I say, you'll have to have ice water in your veins with them. Right. Oh, I can't wait to get these finished. I've just had my machine next door go buzz. So you'll just have to excuse me a momento on it and see. I'm back, everybody. I'm sorry. I had to go and sort out the dryer. The dryer was saying, please release me, let me go. For I have tumbled all the towels, you know. Words to that effect. But I'm back, my darlings. I'm sorry, you had to be entertained by a pink shirt. Oh, there you go. Can't say it's boring living here. Like I say, my father, I am his child. He made me what I am. That's why my house door key, the key ring says key to the asylum. Oh, I appreciate all the thumbs up, by the way, and all the love hearts and all the nice messages that I get sent my way. You're also very, very sweet. So thank you. And I hope you've had a trip down memory lane and thought about all the things that used to make you so, so happy when you were younger. You know, all the horror movies that you can think of. I'd like to think we had a good time in the 90s. We had some exceptionally good horror movies that came out. Candyman. Oh, again, it's got some killer bees in that, haven't they? You won't want to say that a few times in front of a mirror. Yeah, the guy that played that character. I'm not going to say the name again. Too scary. He recently passed away, didn't he? So I'm wondering who have they brought in to reprise his role in Final Destination 5 Bloodlines. When's that coming out, by the way? Because I'm a girl that likes Final Destination. I think that as a horror trope, very, very good. Tony Todd, thank you. Yeah, Tony Todd. He was so good. He was absolutely, his eyes portrayed and told so much. He didn't have to say a lot of words. You just had to look at the guy's eyes. He was terrifying. You see? And knowing he was death, wasn't he, in Final Destination? Whenever you saw him, you just knew that's it. Everyone were on the uppers. They no chance. They had no chance. And weren't the deaths so creative? I mean, don't tell me when you're going on a road trip and you see a wagon full of tree logs that you're not thinking slightly, I'm absolutely terrified at this point. Please don't let Final Destination be real. Yeah? You're all thinking the same thing. Exactly. Yeah, if that don't give you, when you see a load of logs going down the motorway, does that not fill your heart with absolute dread? I know it would me. We're out of water. I'll be back in a minute. Just got to change the tank. Right, everybody, I'm back. I had laundry to swallow. The last load of the day is whizzing around the dryer as we speak. Goodness me. I will be so glad when I pick up my final one. I've got 4 left after this. Yahoo! I will be so happy. Yes, indeed. What was that? Sorry. It's out now, and it's Tony Todd's last ever acting role. He filmed it before he passed. Oh, so he's in it. Wow. I watched The Final Destination at the cinema and I absolutely loved it, but I was left paranoid for about a month and didn't want to leave my house. Yeah, I would say, right, the way death is in The Final Destination, and thank goodness Tony Todd was in the last one, because I honestly don't think anyone else can play that iconic role of death quite the way that Tony did it. You know, hats off to you, mate. That was, he's just wow. He's scary, man. He's scary. But yeah, like you're watching me doing the ironing right now, yeah. I've got to say, every time I watch a Final Destination film, I check the wiring on the iron, because I'm so scared in case, because you know how sneaky, how absolutely sneaky death is in, and I would hate, right, just putting this out there, let me think, touch wood, I don't want to live stream it, like, Tony Todd getting new iron. No thanks. I mean, if you're scared about stuff, that will probably, that'd do it, right? Yeah. Yeah, death's sneaky. Incredibly sneaky. And so you gotta check your wiring on your irons, girls, boys. Okay? Just saying. His voice was so unique, I know. It was as though that role was written for him, right? It's like filmmakers said, hold me beer, have I got a role for you? We do have some good horror, but I have to say it wasn't quite like it was in the 80s. But is that because we're looking at it through those tinted glasses? Or genuinely do things that seem way scarier maybe back when we were kids? It's a good question, right? And there's a couple of movies that I'm thinking of right now that came out in the 90s. Do you remember one called Urban Legend? Now, Robert Englund played the college professor in that. And the girl that was in the American Pie movies was in that. And she played the radio DJ. And basically what happened, in case you've not seen the film, urban legend stories, you've heard urban legend stories, right? Well, they were starting to come true, And every time one of the characters, it's like a bunch of college students, right? It's a proper American university where the students are all getting bumped off. But they're all getting bumped off in the vein of an urban legend story. I think that came out, might have even come out in year 2000. It might not be a 1990 film, it might have come out in year 2000. And anyway, that has some pretty decent horror within it. I know it's a bit tropey with the way that some of it was like obvious, or was it? Because I can remember watching it and thinking I had absolutely no idea that they were the perpetrator behind all of it. And there were some genuinely really good jump scares within it. And I mean, I know it's a classic trope, a university, a bunch of students, and there's a serial killer running around, and he's doing everything in the vein of an urban legend story, right? Well, I mean, if that doesn't grab you and say, "Ooh, I want to sit down and I want to watch that film," because you should. It is a good film. I think it was the early 2000s when it came out, because I can remember watching it. I think I watched it after my first child had been born in 2002. And I can just remember it being on, I think we had Sky TV at the time. I don't have Sky anymore because I can't afford it. I cannot believe how expensive having cable television has got, to the point where it's, let's put it this way, I cannot afford Sky Television. Not with the cost of living the way things are in the United Kingdom at the moment. Yeah, you're right. His voice was very unique. There we go. Gosh, this is a difficult sleeve to do. Oh, going back to the 1980s, do you remember a creature feature film called Alligator? Now, if you've not seen that, the premise is a young girl takes home an alligator that she buys at a local zoo for alligators and brings it home and has it as her pet. Eventually, a mother is so unbelievably freaked out by the thought of an alligator being in the house that she gets the father to lift it out of the tank and to give it a burial at sea and flush it down the toilet. And a few years later, a chemical company doing illegal experiments on animals and dumping what was left of them in the sewer, where you can tell the story. The alligator's feeling hungry. It decides to eat the stuff that's been dumped down there and grows absolutely ginormous and causes the residents of New York City to have a very difficult time indeed. And it is such a cool film. And I think it might still be on there, but I recently popped that on for your viewing pleasure on one of my, I think it was the Animal Attacks playlist. So you can find it on there, and it's called Alligator, and it's from the 1980s, and I guarantee you'll have a good time. Urban Legend is a slasher horror. It's a decent one too. It came out with many other slashers after the success of Scream, which redefined the slasher genre. Yes, I've seen that movie a long time ago. Yeah, me too. I love Scream. Never say, I'll be right back. Sydney. Oh, darling Wes Craven, we miss you so. What we really need is the horror industry to have a shot in the arm and to really get some fantastic writers in and go old school if you have to with your plot lines and stuff like that. I don't mind you taking tropes out of the 1970s, 1980s, but for goodness sakes, do something quick, because that side of the entertainment industry is on its backside. It genuinely needs a shot in the arm. I've never seen it as bad. I mean, you've got some masterpieces coming through, honestly, like Final Destination, Bloodline, but you're not going to get any more of those now because Tony Todd's no longer with us. And we can't keep rehashing the old stuff. We need something new. But I mean, if you're stuck for ideas, just use basic plot lines, a summer camp. Does everyone remember Cropsey from The Burning? Right? That, yeah, 1980, absolutely terrifying. Keith Waterman did the music for it, I think. Yeah, he did the music for The Burning. And Cropsey was the character. And he was absolutely flipping terrifying. I mean, just a shout out, if you watch the raft scene and you remember the garden shears, if you know, you know, right? You don't, watch the film. There's some absolutely legendary actors in there when they were teenagers. I think Holly Hunter's in it. And the guy that was in Seinfeld when they were teenagers. So that's how long ago this film was made. But oh my goodness. You see, and that, there's a calling. Please, America, please, United Kingdom, make horror great again. We need really, really good horror movies. Really, really do. Oh, do you know, I can feel it. There's a winning line in sight. I'm going to be okay. I'm going to get to the end of this basket and I'm not going to fall over. We don't have much longer to go. God bless. We're going to get through. What was that? What really grinds my gears are all these remakes. Most are terrible and classics should be left untouched. Yeah. Yeah, I think Hollywood is lost for ideas as well. Scream. Scream is about... Yeah, I love Scream. you know, but Wes Craven was alive and he wrote Scream. Now, I don't know what. I think Hollywood, like you say, is fresh out of ideas. Horror industry is on its backside, as is the entire movie industry as well. And we haven't got, or they haven't been found yet, but I'm sure they're out there somewhere. Writers, decent writers with excellent plot lines and characterization, and a horror movie. We really need. Take, for instance, it's very low budget. It's a 1980s classic, Madman Mars, right? Do you remember the woodman that lived in the cottage in the wood? Classic example, a campfire full of kids, and they're recounting the story of Madman Mars. And like the aforementioned Tony Todd film, of which you say his name several times, which I am not going to do, if you say the film Madman and you add on his surname, of which again I'm not going to do because I don't want him to visit here, because you know it could be real. And it's that basic plot line, but if you do it so well, then yeah, I think you're going to be all right. You're going to make a good film, but you need a strong plot. It doesn't have to be convoluted. It doesn't have to be technically difficult. Just pick one subject and go with it, right? It's like that new book that I'm going to do a review on for you called Scuttle, right? That needs to be made into a film. And who would I pick to direct it? Well, I mean, you've got your plot there. Obviously, it's being written by Barnaby Walters. Another shout out for him because it's such a good book. It's absolutely flipping terrifying, right? And I think that will make an excellent, excellent film. It's written in the vein of the 1980s and 1970s creature feature horror, Animal Attack, and it's been done in a very modern way with a very classic twist. And I think that would make an excellent film. I really do. It is absolutely terrifying, and it was the shot in the arm that the British horror industry needed. And so the guy doesn't normally write horror. This is his first foray into it, and I just think it would make a blockbuster movie. It really would. I mean, we've had, thinking of horror movies recently, I like to think about the one called The Quiet Place. You know, the one with the aliens that come down and they can't see but they can hear. Right, they've got super duper hearing. And I think that was great, but it's run its course. We've made 3 of them now, and I don't think we need another. I really don't. I want to see something different. I want something different. I want something that is going to genuinely terrify me. I want a good storyline. I want believable characters. And I really honestly feel that the movie industry has been, it's like it's been starved of talent for a really, really long time. And there's only so many times you can remake a movie before you're sick of seeing it. You know, like I don't want them to redo Child's Play. And I don't want them to redo Friday the 13th because it's been done. But we need something new. We need something terrifying. We need something that's going to make us go back to the movies. We really do. Decent. The Descent. Sorry, yes. Saturday the 14th. Oh, that was hilarious. Yeah, the follow-ons. Yeah, Linda Blair was in that, wasn't she, Alan? Yeah, but The Descent was a British film. And look, again, British movies are carrying, dare I say, 28 years later is coming out this summer. Right? I am down for that. Oh my goodness me. I remember I just had my eldest child and I watched 28 Days Later and I loved it. Right? But what I loved about it is because it was completely unique and British. It was our turn to make a zombie film that really was dark and gritty. And you don't get to see the zombies until quite a way into the film. You get nuances and hints and like shadows on the wall. And it's not until the attack, right? You see like a shot of them. You remember the church scene where Jim goes into the church and is shouting, hello, hello, and everybody looks up from the pews and he thinks that there's people there and they're not, and they're all the infected. And then the vicar goes, rah, and chases him off down the corridor, and Jim's like, you know, he's like running out the church and down the high street. It must be absolutely flipping terrifying. Yeah, I'm looking really, really forward to it. I can't wait for 28 years later, and I'm just absolutely stoked for it. I really am. I like 28 days later, not so much 28 weeks later. I think it was some of the stupid things that happened, like when the people get put in the secure area and it all takes one infected to get through. Yeah, but that was because Danny Boyle and oh, I like 28 days later, not so much 28 weeks later. I think that's yeah. I'm sorry, I've read you. Yeah, to get through the back door. Oh come on, he's just done Alex Garland, thank you. Alex Garland and Danny Boyle weren't involved in making 28 weeks later. That wasn't them, and you can tell. And we're going back to Alex Garland and Danny Boyle making 28 years later, which actually is only 23 years later because my daughter had just been born when 28 days later came out. And what has intrigued me, have you seen the trailer that dropped for it, where all the kids are in the front room and they're all watching Teletubbies? Now, I'm not saying that Nunu isn't a battle-ready, zombie-fighting killing machine, but where it's set on Linda's farm is a green, grassy hill, right, with lots of houses on it. And Teletubby Land is set on a green, grassy hill with a Teletubby house on it. And what are the chances that the two could be connected? Right? I am saying somebody needs to go on to Chat GPT and basically instruct it to create blue Nunu from Teletubbies in full battle dress, ready to take on the zombies of 28 weeks later. Right? I'm just saying, I think that would be absolutely fantastic. And we could have Tinky Winky, Dipsy, Lala, and Poe, because we all know that they can't exist without Nunu. And I'm just saying, what are the chances? What is the, you know, what a coincidence that Lindisfarne is on a grassy hilled island and Teletubbyland was a grassy hilled island. Yeah, exactly. Once you've seen it, you can't unsee it, right? I'm telling you. Dog Soldiers. I've forgotten about that. That werewolf film. Again, but classic. It's British. Okay. And that one where they're all on a train and they're going through Yorkshire and the train breaks down and the werewolves are all outside and they're picking off everybody that's on the train. Oh my God. Sean Pertwee's in it, and he was in Dog Soldiers as well. Something about the final train. Was it the last train? And it was a werewolf film. And the chances of Sean Pertwee being in two. Yeah. In fact, wasn't Sean Pertwee also in that Doomsday film? Where they were all in Scotland. And there's a deadly disease, the Reaper virus, is it? The Reaper virus? Yeah. That was God, that was so good. That was a bit like Mad Max versus 12 Monkeys. Yeah. So it's British films that are really sort of carrying the horror genre, I'd feel a little bit at the moment. And I mean, all power to us, great, fantastic. But I can understand the frustration of horror movie fans. And I love a good scare. I love a horror movie. I love the sense of escapism that I get. Everybody loves a horror movie. Deep down inside, we do. Because it's a bit of escapism from the reality of dealing with everyday life. Because you know that after an hour and a half of watching the film, and that's it, it was just a little bit of escapism, and then you're back to the reality, real life. And there's nothing wrong with that. Just having a little bit of escapism. It does you good. When you're dealing with the grind every single day, it's nice just to be able to switch off for a couple of hours and just go and watch a film. I hear that the latest Stephen King one, The Monkey, I hear that's half decent. I haven't actually seen a trailer for it, but I know is it out? Has it come out? Is it on its way? Is it one for the summer? But I've read reviews on it, and they've said that it's probably one of the scariest ones he's ever done. And it's based on one of his short stories called, is it The Monkey's Paw? Something to do with monkeys. Anyway, I like the idea, the premise behind it, and I think again we're going to be very, very lucky. But I mean, how old is Stephen King? Right? He must be heading up to 80. I think he was born around about the same time as my dad. Late 40s. So I know it's going to sound absolutely awful, this, but we might only have 10 years left. I mean, that'll put them into the 90s. 20 at the most, will take them up to 100. I'm just saying, at some point in the next 20 years, we're going to have to be saying goodbye. And, you know, I feel the same way about Stephen King as I do about John Carpenter. And eventually, even John Carpenter is going to leave us. I mean, do you remember The Thing? Oh my goodness me. I watched The Thing when I was a child, and I think I watched it too soon because I was absolutely besides myself with, like, I was white as a sheet, apparently. Was, what did my father say? Well, you watched the film. Yeah, but I didn't realise they were going to eat all of the whole little huskies. And I was so upset that the huskies had all been eaten. You know, they turned into that creature thing. That's the thing. I mean, you know, nightmare fuel, that stuff. And yet, I love The Thing. It terrifies the living daylights out of me, but the prequel that they did, yes, okay, so it explained a little bit more about the backstory of the thing from outer space, yeah? But it, I didn't like it. You know, I thought, oh, fantastic. I totally loved The Thing. I thought the special effects, the story, the writing. I mean, Childs and McCready both left at the end. Which one has the alien in them? I don't know. But you think that they're drinking whiskey out of a bottle, and it isn't actually. It's well, it's lighter fluid. It's petrol because it was a bottle that they'd done to make a Molotov cocktail. And is it Childs or is it McCready who is the thing? Because obviously you're not going to know until it decides to change, because it mimics, doesn't it? Exactly. So one of them's normal, one of them isn't, and they're both drinking gasoline. All right, of which gasoline is poisonous. Now, the one who is already the alien would be drinking it thinking, I have to pretend to look as human as possible. And the other one is like, I am slowly poisoning myself to death, am I? I never thought I would die at the North Pole, drinking gasoline. There we are. So it's such an ending, isn't it? Definitely The Thing is one of my all-time favourites. I prefer the original, but I also like the prequel. I thought the attention to detail was spot on. Yes, it was. But I don't know why I just didn't like it as much as I like The Thing. But yeah, it was okay. It certainly gave us the history and the missing bits. But I've looked and I've studied the ending of The Thing when McCready and Childs are sat outside the McMurdoch station and everything's on fire and all the other people are all dead and they're just talking to each other. and drinking out of the bottle that is not whiskey and it's gasoline. And knowing that they're going to die out there. And it's just the look in McCready's eyes that makes me think that maybe he's the human one and Childs is the one that's got the alien inside him. And the worry is that if a distress signal went out or they don't hear from McMurdoch's station, they will send up a rescue crew. And like before, where the alien buried itself in the snow and went into a stasis, into a dormant, to survive until he is sort of like dug up, like they did originally. And then they take that back to, the United States. I mean, how long really would it take for the thing to assimilate and annihilate? I know, it's a genuine question. How long would it take that alien from the thing to wipe out the entire human race? Exactly. I think he'd do it. Yeah. Speaking of aliens coming down to planet Earth, I believe this summer on Disney, which always gets me, Disney, having the rights to the Alien franchise, are doing Alien Earth, where the aliens have finally made it to planet Earth, and Ripley will be turning in her grave. And if they've remade Ripley and Bishop and put them in the television show, I think I might just cry. Because our Ripley, she's, Sigourney, I love you, Sigourney. I think you're absolutely as foxy as anything. You are gorgeous. And at 74 years of age, I think you are. My darling, I hope I look as good as you when I'm 74. She is beautiful. And I'm not sure, but she might be having a cameo in the new TV series, Alien Earth. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. I'll have to Google it. I do a lot of Googling, don't I? My memory's gone and shot. It's shot. Gosh, yes, me. I love a good alien horror. I love alien horror, science fiction, apocalyptic. My goodness me, what's not to like about that? You already know you're on your uppers, and then, well, you got to cope with aliens as well. I'm a big fan of H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds. Big fan. It's an absolute classic, isn't it? What was that? I've heard this too. Yeah. The alien thing. Yeah. I don't know if it's set for this summer Oh, there we go. If it's set for this summer, or whether or not we are going to get it in winter. But I did see some promotional artwork for it, and I thought, that seems interesting. But again, how many times do we have to see on the aliens? No, not that I'm knocking it. Good grief, I do love xenomorphs. The artwork is amazing, isn't it? I have a friend of mine who actually has a few things to do with xenomorphs and aliens. There we go. Last one. Woohoo! Let me just make sure I'm not dreaming. Yes. I got to the end of the basket. What was that? There was a low-budget sci-fi supernatural horror that I loved called Dark Side of the Moon. Ooh, that one is not an alien, but the devil himself. Oh my God, take my money. Ooh, Dark Side of the Moon. Welcome to Derry is coming out soon. Ooh, oh well, we all like a bit of it, don't we? But what's that low-budget sci-fi Dark Side of the Moon? Ooh, that's piqued my interest. Absolutely. What's that about then, Alan? Apart from the devil and not aliens. And tell me more. Gosh, I sound like an advert for Starship Troopers. Want to know more? That was a good film, Starship Troopers. Oh, yes, it was. Denise Richards and Casper Van Dien and Michael Ironside and Clancy Brown, who played the Kurgan, was in that. And Gary Busey's son, who looks remarkably like Gary Busey. Yes. But I still think American horror has got to have a shot in the arm soon. Decent writers. Yeah, we need decent writers and we need decent plots. You know, we can't keep dining out on remakes and rehashes and extending a franchise. We need to start something new. Make horror great again. What's that? It's set in the near future where a US spaceship is near the moon, where they come across an old Nazi space shuttle that had crash landed in the Bermuda Triangle about oh my goodness me. Yes, that is right up my street. That is right up my street. Bermuda Triangle, Nazis, space aliens. Yeah, take my money. I will go and watch that. Dark Side of the Moon. Oh wow. Is that like a bit like Iron Sky? Not Nats. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Iron Sky or Iron Shield or something. Starship Troopers were the classic and also had Neil Patrick Harris. Yes, he played the kid that could communicate with them via telepathic thought. That's right. I'm thinking of Iron Sky. Not NASA, not Nazi. Right, yeah, got you. Oh, well, Dark Side of the Moon still. Yes, I am piqued. My interest is piqued. I must see Dark Side of the Moon. And not just the Pink Floyd version. Mm-hmm. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We're getting to the end of this basket. Yes. I can't believe my luck. I have to go and do one more. I know, you just thought it was the end of this basket. Get ready for round 3. We've got another one on the floor. And I have to get them done today because I have the exact same lot coming in tonight. I know. Who in their right mind would do this as a living? Me. I honestly do not mind. I really don't. There we go. Last sleeve. The thing is, right, this is linen and it's been dried a little too much. It's like trying to iron a piece of papyrus. Sorry, I just keep reading all your messages. I'm trying to catch up with everything as well. Easily done. Oh my goodness. We got there. Yay. All right. Oh, I'm quite pleased with that. Gracious, gracious, gracious. Oh, that's better. All right, I have 1 or 2 of my own, which I just got out the dryer, which I'm going to go and grab now and get mine so that I can do that. So anyway, the premise of the Alien, the one where aliens are coming down to planet Earth. Goodness, didn't want that to happen. I wanted that to go there. That to go there. I believe the last Alien movie that was made, where they were last seen heading down towards planet Earth, I believe there'd been a nuclear war that had broken out, because when Ripley landed, I'm assuming that the aliens were dead at that point, or maybe there was something that they've been able to resurrect out of the wreckage of the spacecraft. I think when she looked at the land of what was left, they landed in France, and she was directly looking at what was left of the Eiffel Tower, if I've remembered it all correctly. I mean, it's a while, it's a few years, it's pre-kids that I saw, or maybe it was when I'd had the children. A lot of some films that I think I've seen before I had the children is actually when I'd actually had the children, and it's a bit like a fever dream. But the last 20 years or so, raising those girls has been a bit like a fever dream. Don't always remember everything. What's that, my darling? So, does it follow on from Alien Resurrection? I think it does. I think it does. I think that is the premise that we were working with, which could explain how the aliens got down to planet Earth. You know, because, like I say, Sigourney Weaver got out the wreckage of the spaceship that had landed on Earth, and she was directly looking at what was left of the broken Eiffel Tower. Yeah. So I think that is how they got the aliens down to Earth, which could explain why they call it Alien Earth, but you know, you never know. I'm just sneakily doing mine in between doing customers. Why not? I will be super glad when I've done the last bag, but it won't take me that long to be fair. It won't take long at all. I make it look so easy, don't I? I'm absolutely exhausted. Or I will be when I've got to the end of this lot. So yeah, the alien premise. I think that's how they get the aliens down to Earth. Whether or not Sigourney Weaver, you foxy lady, is going to be in this new series, I do not know. But I would really hope that she is. And as we still have Bishop with us, he's not Lance Hernsken, he's still alive. It would be so cool if he was in it. I mean, I will cry if they're there. I will. My heart will be beating and I will be resplendent with joy, unabashed joy, if they're in it. I like aliens. I always like the character Mute. Do you know she never starred in another film after being in that one? She didn't go back into acting. She just did that one film, and that was it. And I have got to say, I prefer the director's cut of Alien rather than the quick version which we got, because you actually get to see the people on the exoplanet and you get a little bit more of a history and a backstory. And I just think it was needed. I don't know why they cut it out of the theatrical trailer. Maybe because the film ran on for too long, I don't know. But it was good watching the US Marines arrive, but it was also really cool to just see Newt playing with a brother. And well, obviously we know what happened to Newt's mum and dad. They were the one that found the alien spaceship, and the dad got the egg, the face hugger, stuck to his head. And the mom drove back to the compound on the exoplanet where all the the frontiers men and women were living, as and so she brought the aliens back, and then, well, we all know what happened after that. Everything went to hell in a handcart. And poor Newt had to go and hide in the air conditioning unit, in the air ducting, to try and escape the Queen, while all those poor people were all taken and used as hosts. Yeah. Right. We're going to swap the birds now. Because this one's wringing wet. I will turn that off and just pop you down there, my lovely. In fact, I think it's one of those Trivial Pursuit questions of in what can you name, that was it. Yeah, remembering the question. Can you name all 3 films in which Bill Paxton was killed by the aforementioned alien presence? All right. Can you name the 3 sci-fi films that Bill Paxton was in where he's offed by the alien monster, right, in the 80s? And there's 3 films that Bill Paxton's been in, and I can name them. So, can you name them all 3 films, right? Okay, I'll give you one of them. One of them was Terminator. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Right, okay, got that. 15. Not quite. Aliens, yeah, he was in that. One of them was Terminator. And what was the third one that Bill Paxton But I've got the right actor, haven't I? I've got wrong blooming actor. Let me think. Alien. Yeah. Private Hudson. Yeah, Bill Paxton, Private Hudson. He was in 3 iconic films in the 1980s, where in all of them he was killed off by the alien presence. Right? So you've got 2 of them, Aliens and Terminator. What was the 3rd one? Because no one ever remembers this one. I'm going to ponder it while I get this lot next door. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Excellent. Okay, ready? Ready for round 3. Let's get ready to rumble. Woo. Last bag for today. Hip, hip, hooray. Anyway, if you didn't get it, the last film was Predator. Yeah, you got it. Predator 2. So, it's been often all the best ones. Kid, hi. Hi, darling. How you doing? Kid Goody. Okie dokie. Drink. Just gonna have to run next door and get a snack. I'm honestly eating on the hoof today. It's hard work doing here. But not that I'm complaining. You get all this ironing out of the way. So yeah, we're talking about the new Alien franchise that will be heading our way, courtesy of Disney, which I never thought I would ever see the day that Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs would be put alongside Alien. I never ever thought, but you know what? May we live in interesting times, and boy, are we doing so. Boy, oh boy, are we living in interesting times. Oh my goodness me. Down to my last bag. Yes. I am so pleased. I'm so happy and so overjoyed. And when I have finished all this, you know what I have to get to do? I get to fold all my laundry. I tell you, at this point in my life, I'd be quite happy if the aliens were real. Perhaps I could train a xenomorph to do the ironing. She'd probably eat me though. In fact, is in Alien Morph the queen, the xenomorph queen, is she the only female and the rest of the soldiers are male, or is she capable of reproducing and making the eggs herself, so therefore she doesn't need a male, and all the drone type soldier ones that are protecting the queen are they female, a bit like bees? Do they have the same setup as bees, or not. I don't know. That's something that's really just recently, very, very recently popped into my head, and I am mildly curious. That's another rabbit hole I'm going to have to hop down and investigate. And every time we get a brand new alien movie, it seems that the xenomorphs all, evolve. And like, they're not quite the same as the last lot, but not too different that you wouldn't know that they were a xenomorph. My youngest daughter thinks xenomorphs are probably one of the coolest horror creatures in the entire universe. And she loves the way that being a zoologist that she is, she loves the way that the mouth works, where you've got the mouth and then these teeth show out. She thinks that is fantastic. It was only a few years ago. She'd never seen. I'm a bit remiss as a mother, having not educated my children on the finer points of xenomorphs. But we rectified that during the COVID lockdown, and I introduced her to the universe of xenomorphs and Alien and Ripley. We got there in the end, didn't we? Yes. She thinks the teeth on those creatures are just amazing. Yes. There's not that much in here, thank goodness. I should be through this bag in about an hour with a bit of luck. So, here's the question for you then. Is the queen the only female, or are they all female and she reproduces and makes the eggs herself? Who knows? All this ironing for a client? Yes, darling, it is. I'm not hopeful with Disney doing Alien. Well, you never know. They seem to have taken over an awful lot of the aliens. Yes, the aliens that all work at Disney. I don't know what we're going to get. They did the best when they did the Alien Predator crossover. Quite frankly, I did feel very sorry for the poor souls that were caught in between all that in your film. On one hand you've got the xenomorphs that are just going to annihilate you, and then on the other hand you've got Predator that's pretty much going to do the same. But I'd like to think that Disney didn't do a bad job with Prey, with Predator, with the Indian Braves that were fighting Predator. I don't think they did a bad job, Disney, with that. So, with that in mind, they may pull it out the bag and give us a fantastic ending to the Alien franchise. Or could this be the beginning of a new generation again, though, like I was saying earlier, we want something different. We love the fact that they're paying homage to some of the greatest franchises that have ever been, really. But it would be nice to have something, a genuinely scary horror movie with a bit of originality. I'm pining, my heart is pining. I need a really good horror movie. Wish me luck, fairy. I'm having a tooth pulled. Ooh. As a kid, I preferred Aliens, but as an adult, I much more appreciated Alien, the feeling that the movie gave you of being alone. Yes, in space, no one can hear you scream. I have the same effect when I'm in the hiding room, where no one can hear me screaming and crying in here either. The film, the original Alien film. Ooh. Don't you really feel it for Jonesy, the cat? Oh my goodness me. If there was an award for a kitty who has braved the odds, Jonesy the cat would win. Hands down. I like to think of all the movies that have ever had a cat in it, where the cat has been like the survivor. I mean, there must be something with the cat thing going on, because in The Quiet Place, right, there was a cat in that was so chill and so relaxed, didn't bat an eyelid that these things were chasing them all over New York. The cat was just, I'm just too cool for this. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'd like to try it out with Monty. You know, I think he might lose his little furry mind. But oh, Kid Cudi, my darling, I wish you well. I know what it feels like to have a tooth extracted. I've had to have 7 of them taken out because they've all broken. The joys of menopause. What can I say? It has been the gift that keeps on giving. I have lost 17. Oh, and the thought, I love, that you're going to have to go and have one extracted. Well, my heart goes out to you, my lovely. You poor sweet boy. You don't deserve that. You do not deserve that. Dearie ma. Dearie me. That's not right. Oh, darling. There we go. It's looking good. We'll soon be through. Awesome. These jeans shorts are doing very well. I'm just making sure that I don't burn my fingers off, which is why I've got my eyes glued to this thing. Because they're not the easiest thing to iron. Oh, there we go. No, what I liked in the original Alien movie, the fact that we had excellent actors in there. Tom Skerritt, wasn't he just fantastic? And he was trying to talk to Ripley when she found him and he was still alive and he was sort of like gummed up in the spaceship. And then and this is after they watched John Hurt get, sitting around the table. They were all having dinner. And then the next minute, he's laid flat on his back and Ian Holm, who's playing the he wasn't human, was he? He was like a droid, a replicant. I don't know what you call him. I've forgotten what they were called. I know Bishop was one. A synthetic. Well, but Ian Holm played the original Bishop, but he was an evil little so-and-so, wasn't he? I mean, I'm assuming everybody's seen Alien, so I'm not like going to have any spoilers here or anything. Oh, that was difficult. Gosh. But yeah, the character that Ian Holm played, the original Bishop, he was an evil so-and-so. His primary objective was to listen to Mother and nobody else. And Mother was like the onboard computer for the Nostromo. And the Wayland Mining Corporation had given specific instructions that they were to land on this planet and at any cost bring back a live specimen that was on board that ship, right? Which is henceforth how we end up with Alien 2 and those poor people landing on that planet, that exoplanet, and looking for that spaceship because Wayland Mining Corporation had sent them there. What's it called? An android synthetic. Yes, that's it. And all those poor souls that went up there thinking they were going up and getting a really good job with Wayland Mining Corporation and the swines that they were. Oh! And then they made them go out and look for these aliens, and then one comes back with a face hugger and it's poor Mute's dad, and and then what happens to those poor people? And they have to be rescued by the US Marines, and the US Marines all get massacred, and there's only Hicks left. After Sigourney Weaver's gone around in a cargo suit and has had a full-on fight with the Xenomorph Queen, and she says, "Stay away from her! Rrr, you beep, beep, beep." And then they have an almighty fight and end up falling into the airlock. Poor Newt nearly gets sucked into outer space. Oh, Yeah, what's not to like about that film? You know, they could have just left it there, but no, we had to go and land on that prison planet and roll on. Here comes Alien 3. Yeah. I know, a good film though. Alien 3 was not a bad film. But you know when they let, right at the end, and Sigourney sort of like realizes that she's the one with the alien in her chest, and Charles Dance is probably dead at this point, or if not, is on his way. And Lance Herskin walks in, and she recognizes him, and she thinks, "Oh my goodness, the real Bishop." But was it the real Bishop, or was it a synthetic? And she like can't bear the thought of the aliens hurting anyone else, or worse, going and landing on planet Earth. So she goes backwards into a fiery hell of all that iron ore that's melted at the bottom in this prison. And then she burns up, and we think she's dead. And then she comes back again in Alien Resurrection. So poor Sigourney's never allowed to rest. But is it actually Sigourney Weaver, or is it, a replicant that they've made from a few cells that they found? Which amazes me that they actually found anything, because I would have thought that every single bit of Ripley would have burned up when she hit that fiery hell. But no, thanks to the appliance of science and the need for another entrant into the Alien franchise, they bring her back. And there are several versions of Ripley until they get the exact one that they want. And she looks like Ripley, but she doesn't look like Ripley. There's a little bit missing. Could that be her soul? Her soul is missing. They managed to create the body, but there's nothing behind those eyes that says, "I am Ripley. I am a mother. I took care of Newt." And then in that film, we crash land onto what's left of a nuclear annihilated Earth and see Paris with its broken Eiffel Tower. And that, my darlings, is, I think, where Alien Earth is going to pick up from. So you never know. Sigourney could be in it. Or the thing that looks like Ripley but actually isn't Ripley. Blimey, this is getting more like Schrodinger's cat every day. Is she alive or is she dead? Well, is she in the box or not? We will not know. But yeah, I think it's due out this summer. I wouldn't mind having a gander at Welcome to Derry. Is that coming out on Netflix or Amazon, or is it going out on Paramount? I do not know. I will have to find out. Because I like it as well. That's another weird one, isn't it? Isn't it? I know. I've been hiding till my brain's fried. Yeah. I will be super duper glad to get to the end of this bag, and I can see the bottom of it from here. I get a message. Magnus, hello, my dear. It was done they killed off Hicks. Alien 3 is forgettable. Yeah. It was a bit, that alien dog thing that sort of came out and then kept on growing. I mean, all I can think of is that whatever pedigree chum it was enjoying, there was something in it that made it get a little bit bigger every time, and then well, I think was LL Cool J in that, or that not have been. No, I think Brian Glover was in it, the English actor. I think he was in. I know Game of Thrones dude was in it. Oh, that's something I've been searching for, funnily enough. Thinking about gosh, I said its name not 2 minutes ago. Game of Thrones. Charles Dance. Yes, Charles Dance was in it. Now, I have been searching for a very, very long time. And it had a very young Charles Dance in this television production. And it was called, it was called Fortress Europe. And it was done, should I say, the television program was done, I would say, late 80s, early 90s. So it's well over 30 odd years ago, if not longer. And it was about the United Kingdom had some kind of wall all around it, and no one was allowed off the island at all, and nobody was allowed into the United Kingdom at all. It was a very dystopian type television series, and I think it was done in like 3 parts. But I believe it's like Fortress Europe, something like that. I have been trying for years to find it. So if anybody has heard of a television show called Fortress Europe, starring a very young Charles Dance, please do send it my way. Because I've been trying to find it for my dad, because he absolutely adores. And he just said, I wish I had recorded it when I had the chance. And I said, oh, Dad, so do I, because I've been searching for it for years. And it's just a television. I think it was done either for the BBC or it was done for ITV. But it is a while ago. It's 30 plus years ago. So Charles Dance was a lot younger back then. And as I say, my dad told me about it, and he said it's a dystopian future of the United Kingdom where nobody is allowed on or off the island of the United Kingdom, and we have a giant wall all around us. And it was a television show. So that's about as much as I know. Not a lot to go on, I admit. But if anybody knows what I'm talking about and has seen it and knows what it's actually called, I'm guessing it's called Fortress Europe, but I don't know. But yes, I would love it if anybody would know where it was and how I would find it. Yeah. Well, we're getting so very close to the bottom of the bag. And I'm going to be very, very glad. Because I am starting to feel very, very tired. I haven't been stood on my feet for many hours. I told you we were all going to talk about horror movies and books and franchises and things from the 80s. I hope it's been quite nostalgic for you, my darlings. A little bit of a better day, as Monday can be quite the grind, can't it, after the weekend? It can be such a pain, can a Monday. I get it. I understand why people feel distressed thinking about Mondays. Is that fun fact? That crazy basketball shot Ripley baskets in Alien Resurrection. Well, Sigourney Weaver actually pulled that off. Hence Ron Perlman's genuine disbelief reaction. Yeah, Ron Perlman. Oh yeah. Now wasn't he good in that? And was Winona Ryder in that one? I think Winona Ryder must have been in that one. Yeah. As a synthetic. Ron Perlman's face when he realizes that she's not human, because he treated her like a daughter. You know, he really, really took care of her. When he realizes that she's not human, the look of absolute upset on his face. I know. It's crazy. I think I've probably got about 10 items left. And if that is the case, then hip, hip, hooray. We've earned a cup of tea when we've done this lot, I can tell you. Right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. I was wrong. There were 11. 11 items left. What time is it, Mr. Wolf? 3 minutes past 3. Wow, we've done well, haven't we? I think we should be done for 3:30. Wouldn't that be nice? Yay! I've been to Iceland. Actually, Mum's been for the ironing room, but there we go. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Half an hour. That's all we have left. Half an hour to go till my working day is done. La 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 la. I cannot wait. It will be so much fun to no longer have to stand here and do the ironing. Right, we're official. We're down to the last 10 items. Woo! And we will be done by 3:30. Hip hip hooray! I bet you're all really happy for me, aren't you? Well, I'd like to say thank you for staying with me all this time. I've not been on my own. It's been really lovely to have a bit of company. It can get quite boring and lonely on your own. Right, try that way around. Okay, that's what we wanted. A nice neat fold. Oh God, Ron Perlman is such an underrated actor. He's so funny. He was brilliant, wasn't he? In Don't Look Up, that Netflix one that was done a couple of Christmases back. And he was going to play the part of the guy that was going to fly the spaceship into the asteroid and blow it up. And he changed his mind halfway up and brought the spaceship back down and then ran off. Oh my goodness, that was such a good film. I loved it. Oh, come on, we're on the home straight. We're gonna make it. We're gonna do really well and we're gonna get through. I will be. We would have got through. We've just run out of water. There we go. Last tank of the day. Last tank of the day. Oh, hooray, hooray, we're gonna do it all. We're gonna finish shining, we're not going mad at all. I will be so super duper glad to have this finished. I don't normally have this much to do on a Monday, but the universe has other plans for me. Thank you everyone for your thumbs up. I truly, truly appreciate it. You're so sweet. You really are. And to say that you stuck with me. So I've been ironing since 10 o'clock this morning. So everybody that's been there and followed me right through the day, and where we have discussed movies and music and horror and everything in between. We've had a really good chat today, haven't we? We've had such a lovely day. I am a very, very lucky girl. And I have such lovely friends. that have stuck with me while we've got through this monotonous mountain of clothing. I must have done nearly 50 items of clothing today, and probably more than that. And all the little odds and ends as well. Surprised I haven't got steam coming out my ears. I truly hope you've had as much of a lovely day as I've had, my darlings. You've been wonderful, excellent company. I say, I do think I'm a very lucky lady, having you as my friends. Very, very sweet of you to stick around and keep an old girl company. And the fact that the BT man must have been doing a fabulous job outside repairing what the cable company had managed to slice through. Oh, dearie me. What can I say? He made a real mess of the connection cables. Okay. Absolutely cracking. La, 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 la. This t-shirt is awesome. It is fantastic. It's Pumpkin Jack from A Nightmare Before Christmas. Huh? Come on. Okie dokie. This is where we play Jenga for fairies. Yay! Down to the final five. Yeah. I am feeling tired. I will admit it. I did all the garden yesterday. Finished tidying it up because we blasted it out the weekend before. Blimey, it's taken some time. And we've lost so many plants in the garden. It looks as though I've used napalm. And I've just like raised the back garden, and I've just thought everything had rotted. We'd had such a cold and wet winter that all my beautiful plants, they all died. And I really struggled to get the bulbs up and running this year, and we've had nothing but a really, really dry, hot spring. So what that's done to the growing process of food, plants, etc., I have no idea. Can't imagine any of it being good. Okay. Just trousers, I think, now. After this, t-shirt. Actually, I have a message. Oh, likewise, you've been a great host. I've enjoyed being. Oh, thank you, darling. That's so lovely. Well, I often think if we've got to go to work, and we've got to put a smile on his face, and you know what? As murder is illegal, we cannot kill our co-workers. We have to have something in our lives that will bring us eternal joy. And for me, that would be places where you can have some escapism, where you can go and talk about all the things that make you happy. And what makes me happy? The end of the world. It brings my heart so much joy. Well, not actually the end of the world, but novels about the end of the world. I just read one recently. It was a John Halkin from 1980, and it is absolutely hilarious. It's about killer sewer worms taking over the whole of the United Kingdom and munching and crunching their way through the populace of the United Kingdom. And my goodness me, it is funny. It's written of its time, but some of the, and it's written in the vein of The Rats by James Herbert. And some of the kills are so funny. Oh my goodness me. I'm done a review on it anyway. And if you want to check it out, it's called Slither, not to be mistaken for the Alien movie Slither. Because these are giant killer sewer worms that are hiding in the sewers of London. And they are vicious little things and very sharp teeth. And they're like nothing more than us. And it is absolutely hilarious. So yeah, if you fancy something that's a little bit different and a little bit bonkers, may I recommend John Halkin. He wrote another two, which I'm on the hunt for, and one is called Squelch, and the other is called Slime. Now, the Slime one, again, same premise, United Kingdom, has been attacked by giant jellyfish. What's not to like about giant jellyfish attacking the coastal towns of the United Kingdom, but unbeknownst to the residents of the United Kingdom, but knownst to us because we're the readers, they decide that they're going to actually get into the waterworks of the United Kingdom and start attacking the residents by coming out of the kitchen tap. I mean, come on, what's not to like about that? Absolutely hilarious. And I am after a copy. And the other one is called Squelch. And if you didn't think that giant sewer worms eating the populace of the United Kingdom is bad enough, or the fact that jellyfish were coming out of your tap in your kitchen, hold your horses, because we've now got one called Squelch. And that is the caterpillars from hell that are attacking the residents of the United Kingdom by jumping out of giant cabbages. I mean, you know, when you've got that as your premise for your storyline, just, you know what, just take my money. I want that book. I do. I have to read that book this year. It's going to be the funniest thing going. Horror with a bit of dark comedy in it. And if you like me and you love a little bit of nostalgia, then there is a brilliant line in Slither about the giant silverworms, where they go into the Rose and Crown pub in London and with a £1 note buy 2 pints of best bitter. Now, that dates the book. First of all, having a pound note. And if you're like me, you probably got your pocket money when you were little, once a month, and you were given a pound note. All right? Because back in the day, a pound note could buy you an awful lot. You could get 10 bags of 10p Lucky Mix, Lucky Dip sweeties from your local newsagents, which tended to be the thing. Or if you didn't want sweeties, you could get a comic. And my comic of choice was Mandy comic. And gosh, I think they stopped doing that in the 90s. Oh my goodness me, Mandy was such a good girls comic. Loved it. One more item after these trousers. We're on the road. We're nearly there. So yeah, that's a pound note could get you. And that, I'd say one of the most iconic deaths in the book Slither has got to be the Oxford and Cambridge boat race. Oh my goodness me. There wasn't a right lot left. But it's just so funny. And I didn't realise when I was putting the review up on the day that it was the actual Oxford Cambridge boat race, which made me laugh even harder when I suddenly realised that there we were. And the poor souls this year were told after they'd finished doing the Oxford Cambridge boat race to go and have a very, very long hot shower because there was a chance that they were going to catch E. coli from the contaminated water of the Thames. I don't know. One more item after this. I think we've done exceptionally well. We've done so much. Last bit. Whoop, whoop. Hooray, hooray, we've gone around now. I'm a happy little camper, yes I am. Unless, of course, I was doing the camping on Lake Crystal, in which case I'd probably be a dead happy camper, but there we are. Or worse still, we'll be like that poor camping family from the film and book Prophecy, while your death is about to be born. And we have a giant mutant bear who's running around the countryside, eating all that he can see. And he was a normal bear once, but unfortunately he got poisoned by mercury, and it mutated him. and he ended up being a ginormous bear. I do read some stuff. I watch even Stranger Things. Stranger Things, yay! That's a great television program, isn't it? I don't know. Lots of things for us all to chat about on another day. I think I'm probably going delirious now. I'm not tired from all this ironing. As Ren and Stimpy would say, happy, happy, joy, joy. Last bit. Da-da-da-da. I'd like to thank you all so very much for tuning in to this crazy lady from West Yorkshire who thoroughly enjoyed herself chattering away to you about some of the coolest things that we've ever seen in movie land. And who knows what we will come back with. When I have to do this all again with all the customers that I'm going to go and see tonight. As they do say, there's no rest for the wicked. I must have been a very bad girl in another life. Or maybe this one. The iron is off. And I am about to put this down. I would like to thank you so much, my darlings. You have been absolute superstars today. You've enjoyed being here, and it sounds delightful. You almost couldn't make it up. Oh wait, yes, my darlings. Oh, I could just about bend in the middle. Ouch! And I'm feeling as red as I look. I am boiling today. I'm absolutely roasted. I truly am. There we are, my darlings. Right. I'm going to have to switch you all off. I have invoicing to do. Take care of yourselves. Be good to each other. And I shall see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye, my darlings.